Yo, what up, universe? I ain't got much to say. We're playing Factorio. Hope that's a sufficient introduction. I was planning on streaming earlier, but then I got lost in the sauce of trying to set something up and putting a lot of effort into it, and then it totally expectantly did not pan out super good. I'm not going to deal with it anymore right now, but I'll deal with it later. However, we are here. Another day in paradise, so they say. Our base is pretty set up for just like functioning on its own, I think. Therefore, let's set up our vulcanis ship today if we can. Takes a not insignificant amount of everything, really. But first things first, we're going to need to make a new spaceship platform thing, I guess. I forget what it's called. Okay, look, give me a break. I'm going through it right now. We can process some of our uranium rounds into uranium 238s. That's another thought. Or not our uranium rounds, but our excess uranium, because we are still struggling on the Kovarex situation. Oh my god, look at this. This is so sad. Alexa, don't even bother with Despacito. A little bit of coal there. I almost feel like I should use that up too. Ghosts really like changed the game, let me tell ya. Could be a surprise to exactly no one. I guess unless you haven't played this game before, at which point it might be a surprise to you. Did I say ghosts? I meant drones. Alright, never mind. I'm lost in the sauce right now. So what do we need? We need a new spaceship starter pack. So let's start with that, like we said before. Honestly, maybe I make a little request-a-roni just to keep like 100 blue circuits on me. I need to organize my requests. Is kind of going right through me. Do we have any researches worth doing right now? How is our research even looking? Looks like everything's backing up again, thankfully. The yellow was struggling for a while. There is a lot of things struggling for a while. Purple is heckin' backed TF up. I think what we're going to do is set up another storage for buffering yellow specifically. It's very nice that we can do all this stuff now. How much did I buffer of purple? 800 it looks like. I think I want to set up a buffer for like every type of science, just 800 of it sitting around. Probably just copy the design that I did with the other one. I put that in the wrong kind of box, but that's fine. I think purple is fine. I think purple is just red, but more flexible. Where the heck is the green science? I lost it. There it is. My brain cells are all rubbing together right now. I think I'm gonna just move this over slightly. Yeah, this should be fine. Trying to figure out where to put a buffer in here, and I think that just smacking it kind of in the middle is the play because of how I made it. Where is red inserter to drop it off? Honestly, I should just slam a substation here instead. Get rid of these power poles. It feels a little wrong though, like touching this design that's been like, you know, pure for so long. We'll put a buffer of... Wait a minute, these are the wrong chest types apparently, because these are all ripping them out. Which chest is this? An active provider. Oh, so it's actively trying to put those into storage chests, I see. Okay, we'll put those over to red chest then. I knew not what I was doing previously. One must imagine your bot's happy. Give them something to do. See, look. Oh, now our bot's leaving. Great. Alright, so we've got everything. I think we have, what, 5 sciences? No, we have 7 sciences. So we have purple, yellow, red, and greens. We need blue and black buffered as well. They do kind of have long paths. I think it's a better idea just to kind of deal with it now. Catch my drift, home skillet, diggity dog. Uh-oh. Okay, no. I rescind my uh-oh. As long as they're placed on the far side, it doesn't break any of the belts. We should definitely check. That should be fine, actually. As not fine as that looks, it's actually completely fine. Believers know that it's completely fine. Decided to turn on the Factorio music today. I don't know why. Just felt right. Red, green, black. Do we do blue? Where's blue? We have not done blue. We can very easily do blue. Also, I need to make sure that I set the limiter for those as well. If not, I'm gonna end up with like, I mean, I could just leave it as is. There's no reason to not buffer a crazy amount of science, realistically. But I think 800 of each is enough to at least like have an okay buffer. But maybe I should just set it higher if I'm going to be leaving for a while and going to a different planet. Either way, this will solve much of our problem when we go to call new sciences in the future. I think that's all of them. Red, green, black. Blue's up here. Yellow, purple, white. Except white's completely full, but white also has like no cost at all, so there's not really a downside to it. Part of me feels like we could take advantage of all this extra iron and shoot it down into our base, but maybe I should make like a standalone thing that produces iron. Like I could just shoot down iron from space to help our belts more too. What are we missing here? Speed modules. I don't know how the heck speed modules could be gone, but that's fine. Surely we're crafting some and they'll pop up eventually. We are crafting some, and they will pop up eventually. Kind of beautiful how that works. Ask and ye shall receive. Either way, we're buffering those now, so let us, we're going to make that cargo rocket starting bay thing. Maybe we should make 2 right now. No, let's just make 1. There's no benefit to making this with quality, so we're not going to bother with that at all. It'll give us 10 spaceship platform foundations to work with. And then we need to start actually making like thrusters and things like that and designing something that can fly. Thrusters look like they take electrical engine units and processors as well as steel plates. We're going to need... What makes the fuel? It's probably a chemical plant, right? Apparently have chemical plants. Let me so I'm gonna just slam one down really quick. There we go. So we have thruster fuel and thruster oxidizer. Can't craft it here, but that's okay. We want to craft it in space. So we need to create a space platform that can support these thrusters, fuel, and oxidizers. I wish we could see like the rate in which it goes. Can we see that in the Factoriopedia? Make 50 kilojoules of each, so these are equal. Thankfully, carbon and iron are very, very bountiful in space, so we should be able to make a plenty amount of fuel without any trouble. My concern was, oh, okay, so we need water for both of them, which is going to come from ice. I'm thinking that's a small amount of water per ice. Let's see the recipe for ice melting that we unlocked recently. 1 ice is 20 water. So ice is definitely going to be the limiting factor because we need 1 ice for basically 1 input of both the fuels, but that means we get exactly half as much ice as we get carbon and iron, which I feel like we get way less, but maybe we do get that kind of ratio from space. We'll have to see. Either way, we finished this, so let us go build a new space platform, and we will call this one Something to do with heat or vulcanis, right? But we need a cool name this time. The Milk Factory was funny, but now we gotta take it seriously. How about... How about... This is tough. This is tough. I want to take it seriously. I don't want to put in something dumb. How about... I don't know if Blaze is gonna... Alright, I'm looking up synonyms. I spelled synonym really wrong. Actually, it wasn't even that wrong. It was pretty bad, actually. I'm not going to tell you how bad it was. Oh, maybe we just call it like torrent or something. Oh no, but radiance? Hold on. The radiant starfarer. That's actually sick. Cool. Alright, there goes our starter pack into space, and we'll start building. I don't know exactly what we're going to do. I have a little bit of knowledge from launching ships before, so I know kind of what we want. Why? Oh, is there no roboport here? No, there's a roboport here. Why are you guys not putting some speed module 1s here exactly? You're using them for something. Oh, do I have a request for them? That's what it is. That's fine. It'll fill up in a little bit then. I always forget they prioritize me. So we now have the Radiant Starfarer. Look at it. It's a little thing. We saw one when we were setting up the milk factory. And now we are going to see what we can do with this instead. So obviously we're going to have a very, very large demand for Thingummy What's. Glad we set up automation for that instead of putting it off like we almost planned to do. I like copying pasting these. Gives us like a good idea for like a base size coverage we want. I don't know what this track is, but I dig it. I'm thinking most of our expanded area is going to go downwards from here, because we need to at least like put the thrusters on. That all be sent up? Does require another 700, so we will be spitting these out pretty quickly, thankfully. Alright, let's think about what we're gonna want. How big is a thruster is a really good starter question. Let's base it off that. These things are pretty small. So currently in our current setup we could do what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could fit 7 and it gives us 2 tiles on the side. Let's go for that then. May as well aim big, right? We'll do 7 thrusters. That might be overkill, but I don't know. It'll look cool how I want to do it in my head at least. So we're definitely going to need P-Pace as well, but we're going to let this keep sending stuff and setting up our floor while we set up this. So let's aim for 7 thrusters, and for that we're going to put down our own crafting Thingummy one, and we're going to call for thrusters, and then we're going to put down a requester chest, and we're going to request the requisite things, which is steel plates, processing units, and electrical engine units. I think what I'll put in a request for are steel plate, or not steel plates, actually, that's the one thing I didn't want to do. Honestly, I'm gonna just put my own stuff in here. I have a lot of this on me, don't I? I don't have the electrical engine units. I don't think those are in a box that are accessible either, though. Let's go find out where they are. Electrical... Oh, I see a boatload of them there. So I'm going to set up a passive provider chest right here. And I'll put this here, and I'll put a filter on this for electrical engine units. That they just called electric engine units. My bad. And then we'll put a limiter on this for 2. There we go. So now, put in a little request here. And we will just request, how much is it for each one? It's 5, and we want to make 7 of them. So that's 35, right? I'm not crazy for thinking that. We'll do a request for 35 of these. I'm also going to slam our quality modules in here because quality will always be best. How is the Radiant Starfarer looking? Slowly but surely, kind of starting to look like Texas if you squint your eyes a little bit, which is kind of cool. Okay, so I'm going to remove this request now because I believe they've done a sufficient amount. Interesting that they'll still bring them. I just want to make sure we don't craft too many of them. What I'll do just to make sure that we don't is I'll connect these two. No, I didn't want to connect that. I mean, that's fine. It doesn't make a difference for what I'm doing. I thought I had a request for all these different chest types, but I guess I don't. I could set that up at some point, but it's not important. I will remove this cable here. I will set up this cable, and then I will do enable/disable when thruster. Actually, that's not even going to work if we pop out quality ones. I'll just keep an eye on it. I'll be a good noodle. This is sufficient. That's what I needed. So we will add our steel and we will add our blue circuits. This should be able to be plenty for 7 of them. We'll hope for some quality, but in the meantime, we're going to need PPAs. We're going to need some storage tanks. This is a dead zone. That's interesting. Okay, so we're gonna need some steel first and foremost. I guess there's not much of a downside to having extra of these thrusters. Really nice if we hit it big on one of them, though. Wonder if 7's pushing it too far. I don't know, but the good news is we can basically just keep trying and eventually it'll work out. Looks like we have plenty of stuff to make this. So what else we need besides thrusters? We need more crushers, which we'll probably use the same thing to make. And we need some asteroid collectors. I don't really know how many asteroid collectors we need. Alright, so we are now done with our 7. We didn't roll any upwards, but we do only have like a 1 in 25 chance, so it's not that likely that it would, but it would have been nice to regardless. I'll do the asteroid crushers next. Put in a request for a few more of those engine units in the meantime. Now, I don't know exactly how we want to set these up. I'm thinking on the side. So something we need to take into account while we're flying. Also, walls might not be a terrible idea in some repair pack. Can we produce repair packs up there? They require copper, don't they? So we can't make them, I believe. They do. The repair packs might not be a bad idea to send up from time to time. The fact that they're not renewable kind of worries me. We're definitely going to want to do some ammo production up there. We have to. I guess you could make 1 more of them. It doesn't matter if we do 4. I didn't really have an idea in mind. 4 actually sounds pretty good. We can put 2 on each side of the ship, perhaps, and work with that. And it should be convenient enough, hopefully. As for crushers, we should only need 3 of them. I can't imagine we need more. Maybe we do. I'm going to put in a request here for 20 low density structure as well, and we're going to set up so that that's accessible. I guess we already have low density structure in a box somewhere, or maybe it's just in like a not a box, but a concitude. You catch my drift. If you don't catch my drift, then, you know, makes a lot of sense. I don't know why you would know what the heck. I am failing so spectacularly. There we go. Regardless, let us move on. Where the heck are the boxes at? They're there. Alright, we will put a limiter on this just so that there's only 2 stacks available. We don't really need to go crazy on it. Then we just need some steel for this, so we'll put in our own steel. If we get a little lucky on it. Ooh, there's no power there. That should fix it. We have one of our crushers, so we need 2 more of them. So what else do we need? We have 7 thrusters. They're really, really inexpensive. I'm surprised at how cheap they are. We have... our asteroid collectors. We're gonna need turrets, we're gonna need belts, we're gonna need ammo. We're not even done, like, getting this much out. But we are getting a little progress on it. You know what we should probably do is set up a second silo. I think that'd be a really, really good idea to do sooner than later, too. Rocket silos are kind of a pain in the butt to make, but it'll make transporting stuff up to it a lot nicer. It'll also put a little more stress on, like, how much we need to produce, but, like, who cares? Alright, one more crusher. And then I think we're looking at making another rocket silo. We'll change the recipe up. That one's pretty expensive, though. Great, so we didn't hit quality on anything, so it goes. I should probably make some quality module 2s for stuff like this, especially when we do like a rocket silo. Let me go see if I can eke out some of those. But I'm going to put in requests for these, so it's steel plates, processing units, engine units, PPAs, and then concrete. So we will do... I want to say it's... how much is it? It's 500 or something of each of these things. 200 engine units, 1,000 concrete, 200 processing units. I'll put in a request for 200 of these. Actually, I'll make it 199. Actually, 100 should be fine, right? Because it'll just keep taking them and putting them in. You put in half of what you actually need, the bots should pull in, like, basically what you need. Actually, if you just put in, like, 100, it should pull them in naturally. I'm putting in the wrong things here. I'm getting lost in the sauce. Boom. Just so they can start loading some of the stuff. I want to put concrete in this request, too. This is really quite nice to be able to just say what you want. What you really, really want. That way, if it requests 100, it'll, like, build it up and then eventually fill itself out. Concrete is certainly grabbable now. Let's see if we can eke out some quality modules, too. I believe I did the research for them. I did. We could just make them right now. Certainly should have done that sooner. Would have been double the chance at something cool, but we can craft them now at least. I'm going to request for 100 PPAs as well. I wonder how many silos we should do. I'm guessing 2 at the start will be fine. I think I'm going to put it over here, so I'm going to start preparing for that as well. Great, so it should be pretty easy to fix from here. I guess fix is kind of a strong word too. There was nothing like inherently broken with it. Nice thing about this is we can double dip on some of our beacons and whatnot too. But having a second rocket silo to be able to just kind of like manually put stuff in while we're automatically putting things like space platform foundation, because we need so much of that. Ooh, but we don't need a crazy amount more. Nice. I mean, we're gonna need more. This is not going to be the entire ship's capacity. I don't mean to spoil the illusion for you, but don't we need like a crazy amount of steel now? We do. So it is 1,000 steel plates. I will work on slurping that up. Oh, it's more than enough. Why are the bots all carrying blues? Is it still requesting more blues? Oh, I guess it is. It's trying to make multiple of them. I'm going to remove the request for blues. It's already met its limit. It was almost at the other limit too. Either way, once the concrete finishes, this should be good to go. So we'll put in our fancier things and we'll hopefully get a higher quality rocket silo, but no biggie if not. In the meantime, let us double dip on some of these as well. I mean, I guess not double dip, but... Ah, it looks like our buffer of space foundations is really paying off since this belt is empty. Means that any ones that we're crafting right now are just slowly filling up, so I'm glad we made that before. Really, I'm just saying how great we are. Oh, okay, so... silo's almost done. I should really just go manually move stuff. I'm getting a little bit impatient. But it's really not that big of a deal. What else can we prep? Let's go grab some... PPAs ourselves, because we're gonna need PPAs, maybe some underground PPAs, and we also want to send up belts as well. We're also gonna need solar panels, but we have a request for a bunch on us. We have a bunch on us now, so that's a nice treat. We maybe want walls, but I'm not entirely sure if we want walls. This is gonna be one of those maiden voyage things where it goes really wrong, I feel, but hopefully it won't be too bad. Do we have undergrounds automated? I feel like we removed the underground automation, which is a little bit unwise to do, I feel, but we did it anyways because we're crazy. And there will be consequences for our actions one day. That day is not this exact second. Oh boy, here it goes. Gonna remove all the requests from that. I guess I can start loading this up too. We don't need to run space platform stuff. I'm gonna turn it for the moment. I will just put space platform stuff back into here. And we will change it so that this will have the... Okay, well, first one will have that. Oh! It already did it. Which means I guess it didn't come out good quality. Thinking about this critically. Because it would not have successfully filled that ghost if it did, which is to say... Dang it. Quality, my beloved. Why have you done this to me? Oh my god, it actually had the quality modules we asked for. Can we get... Do we have a bunch of rare ones? Because we can just upgrade these to rare to save a little bit. We do not. Those were just the two rares we had. Well, great. Hooray, as they say. So that doesn't have any power, which is a fault of my own for certain. Now everything has power here. It's not the most eloquent, but we do have 2 rockets going. Which means we can send twice as much stuff effectively. Or send things twice as fast is a better way to put it. I should make a request for gun turrets. Did we? I don't ever think we've never automated gun turrets. We certainly want to do that because we're going to want an okay chunk of them when we're making these ships. I think gun turrets is the best bet that we have. I gotta make sure not to send them to the milk factory accidentally. I'm sorry, I got a little lost in the sauce there. Why is this not crafting? Because it doesn't have any... Okay, because I'm taking priority on the Thingummy ones. That's fine. Give me the Thingummy ones. Speed module ones. That's the words we were looking for that didn't quite pan out. What else do we want to send up right now? Alright, I want to send these gun turrets too. I'm jumping back and forth. Sorry, my brain's been really struggling to do anything good like the past week or two. I'm hoping that I'm just going through some like dank depression or something. Something simple, you know? Simple and easy. We will have this do gun turrets. We're going to very much smack this in an awkward place, but so it goes. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind how I'm going to do it. I think I'll just set up a... That doesn't work. I mean, it does work if I do more stuff. But it doesn't work. My past hubris has come to get the best of me. Alright, I'll do it the jank way I was going to do it before. No one laughed, though. Can I productivity module this? No, then I... Actually, we'll definitely throw some quality modules in there. May as well. I think I'll keep my fancy 4 on me. Alright, so we're going to put these in a red chest. We're gonna limit it pretty low. We don't need a much of them. We just want a few to be able to request so that we can put them into our ship. We're also gonna want to send up some crafters, which we should get on that sooner than later as well. Honestly, I don't know how many turrets we're gonna need, but I may as well just grab these now. Maybe like 10 or so will just be like sufficient, you know? 5 on each side, leaning towards the front. Maybe we'll need more. We'll have to see. I'm new at this whole designing a spaceship thing. Newish. I mean, I've done it before, kind of. We have 10 of those we want to send up. We want to send up... I guess we'll send up belts in the remainder of that one. The Radiant Starfarer. We can send up more belts, and we can send up... We shouldn't need that many splitters. I'll send up 10 to start. Oops. I didn't mean to fill up the whole thing with belts. And we will send some undergrounds as well. And might as well send some solar panels up there. We're definitely going to need them. We can consider using beacons up there as well. Beacons with efficiency modules may be really big for our design. So let's send up some beacons and we'll send up some efficiency modules. I think efficiency is like going to be king here. Maybe productivity and the fuel, but I don't know if that'll be necessary. Something else that we really want is some fuel tanks that I didn't set up before. We probably want a storage tank of every type of liquid, right? If not more than one of them, but maybe one of them will be sufficient. I'll send up 6 of them so we can have... I mean, maybe we should even send up more. I don't know yet. I don't know if we're gonna need to store water. We definitely need to store at least the, or whatever the heck it's called, the spaceship fuel and whatnot. I need a bunch of pipes, so we'll put in a bunch of pipes in this one. Deliver cargo. And 10 underground pipes as well. More pipes. I feel like we're gonna need even more pipes than that, if I'm being honest with you, but maybe I'm overshooting it. We're going to need some inserters. I don't even know if we need fast inserters, but I like to use fast inserters. We can certainly save some power if we pull it back from, or do a different type of inserter, I guess. Let's just send a few more so that it rounds out to a... It will literally never round out to an even number. Okay. Honestly, just sending 20 is probably a good start regardless. The rest with P-Pays, I guess? That's probably way too many P-Pays. I'm sure we're still missing stuff. We didn't send up the turrets yet as an idea. Some accumulators is probably a good idea as well. Oh no, we did send up the turrets, okay. I'm trying to like pregame everything. We definitely need at least 2... Did I send assembling machines yet? I don't think I did. No, so we need assembling machines and we need the processing. We need 3 of the chemical plants. We need at least 1 assembling machine and furnace, but I'm gonna go with more. I don't mind sending like too much stuff. We can always send stuff back down here. I think we're looking pretty good for what we want though. I can't think of anything else. Oh, I have another crusher on me, so I assume that's got to go up, and I just miscounted it before. I'll throw out a belt to round it out, or a couple belts, I guess. Great. So now we can start actually designing. So here's my thought. Do we have any spare? We have some spare spaceship foundation. So I think the first thing we need to look at is our thrusters and how far back we want to put them. We can always build more upwards, but looks like thrusters have to be kind of on here. We can align our thrusters so that they're touching, right? We can use pipes to combine them as well. So if I put a thruster... Oh, that looks really cool. Thrusters cannot be flipped. At all? So thrusters have inputs on both sides. Assuming we do something like this, the red flows through here, the blue flows through here. Does this make it so that if I have, let's say, red feeding in here and blue goes through here, which goes through here, which goes... No, it just stops here. But I can feed in the upper ones, which will feed the bottom ones, I guess? This is a little strange. Let's look at some piping. So, if this red one... Yeah, if these red ones all feed and these blue ones all feed, will be good. So I'm going to feed only the upper ones and see if that works for feeding the lower ones. Because this one should be able to be fed from the adjacent ones, if I understand it correctly. I think we need more undergrounds than I gave us credit for initially. Certainly do. Let's already send some undergrounds. I know it's an empty one, but I just want to have them for my design. I'm sure the space here can be more efficient. I just don't know how it could be more efficient. Ooh, well, it would help if you designed it properly, you silly goose. There we go. That's 7 thrusters, and these pipes should, assuming we can feed them, should be fine to, like, serve their purpose. My one concern is that the pipes are so close to the side that I don't want them to get picked off by asteroids or whatnot. How far away are they from the side? Should be able to just copy this and then flip them. That does cover what I assume will be the biggest threats to the back of the ship. It doesn't leave us a crazy amount of space for like processing. I wish we could move this hub. I might just want to create more space back here altogether, which is not a terrible idea. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think the idea is that we want to just move this whole thing backwards a fair bit. Currently, I'm thinking I just want to focus on having it so that our production and everything is on the back side and less chance of it blowing up. That seems like a healthy amount of space, but it also means I want more turrets as well, which is, you know, fine. Kind of what we expected. I guess I could make this a requester chest too. That'd be interesting. I wonder if you can somehow line up this so that it will read what the ship itself is requesting and then fill that box. That'd be really cool, but I don't know how you would do that. No idea. Either way, we're gonna need a lot of that stuff, so I'm gonna just start feeding it now. The flamethrower turret got damaged. They are now in the midst of it. We can see them. We have grown closer to our factory right as we're about to leave too, which always stresses me out. Maybe it's not a bad idea for us to go around and wipe out some of the colonies before we go, but they're just going to keep attacking anyway, so I don't know if it matters. Could set up a tank with good defenses and stuff and remote control it when we leave too. Alright, I get a little lost in thought. Not usually, but I've been getting lost lately. What do we need? Oh, cool, we already got most of the juice we need out there for that. We want more turrets, right? That's what I wanted. I'll just put in a request myself for them. I was gonna go grab them, but I'll just put in a request for, we'll say, 20 turrets. We need to get into range of a port, and then they should hopefully get delivered to us, unless we mess something up. Looks like they are in fact getting delivered to us. Almost have enough stuff. Almost have enough stuff. I think what we're going to do is we're going to copy this spacing, because these look pretty easy to keep going. Oh, well, hold on. Please do not fill that. Okay, it looks like it sent all of the juice that we had over there. I'd like to send some turrets. I'll just send the 20 of them. Something else we need to take into account is where we're going to be setting up our solar panels, but I'm not too stressed about that right now. I'm more stressed about literally everything else. Uh-oh. Our LDS can't keep up with all of our rocketry. I guess that's good that I tried to make a buffer for it, but I guess we're not doing a crazy amount of LDS. We are, but it's going to yellow signs, which is doing nothing right now. So what I'm going to do is a little bit of a cheeky fix if I can. Won't be perfect, but we'll just do output priority to the right side. Oops. This is silly. I'm basically just feeding it back into itself. That way, any excess ones we have over there that aren't being used for yellow science will go into the rocket production. I'll put output priority left on these ones as well. We're still missing a little bit more. We are missing a little bit more foundation. But unfortunately, without having rockets good to go, it won't be for right now. I think I'm going to try to set up... what our defenses might look like. Certainly going to need more inserters than that. What was I thinking? Okay. Which one is launching? What are you launching with? What are you... oh no, you're just preparing to launch, right? No. Yes, you are. Okay. It's just that you got a rocket complete. I thought you were launching. I was like, chill. My dude. Okay, so we're going to need to start producing ammo. That's one of our like primary things that we need to do up here. We need to smelt and we need to produce ammo, but to do all that we also need to have our crushers and stuff. So I think we set that up first. Maybe we do that on the upper side. Oh my god, I'm struggling to find anything. There we go. So we have all this area here, which I want to use for processing the fuels. Maybe we'll do crushers here. We'll do ice, we'll do carbonic, and then we'll do metallic. We will do some of our solar panels. Oh, you know, I should space these and put solar panels between them, unironically. Didn't mean to do that. New design just dropped. This seems like a really efficient way to fit solar panels into everything. Alright, what happens if I dismantle planner? Does this eat all of the... okay, it just eats that stuff. Great. I just didn't want it to, like, destroy the ground as well. There's no benefit to that. Wow, we didn't even set up enough solar panels. That is fine. That's enough right there now. I'm gonna just deliver that. We need basically everything on there. And again, we should be good on the LDS now. It's not the fastest that we produce it at. I should probably set up some beacons with speed modules there, actually. Might be a useful thing. I'll just copy the one we have set up here. Ooh, really killed it on the design. It doesn't reach. Heck. Alright, we'll just leave it as is. We could always make more LDS later. Make LDS at home. This one kind of fits though. Bam. Less than ideal, but better than nothing. The fact that they're getting hits on my turrets really puts the fear in me. I'm not gonna lie to you. Glad we set up these walls long ago because they've finally become extremely prudent. Now, our assuming we're not doing science, our pollution will go down really low. It'll be a nice boon. Because we don't have like infinite productivity of stuff. Like things just straight chill when we don't need the things. But like, look, we're using a crap. Oh my god, we're using a crap load of blue circuits and stuff. So until then, we'll be suffering a little bit, but that won't be that big of a deal. Or it might be an enormous deal. Everything might be just awful. That's kind of the beauty of it. So what I would like to do, which is maybe a little bit greedy, is I'd like to double up on a single sushi belt going around the base. You're certainly going to need more belt than I'm prepared to have. My thought process is, with this big sushi belt, we should, in theory... Oh, you know what? I should probably take out some of these to fit in the asteroid collectors. But we should, in theory, be able to... Oh, they're the same size. Perfect. Be able to have our asteroid collectors put it on this belt and have the bullets also be put on this belt. Be pretty space efficient. That's the plan, at least. Whether or not it's going to pan out is its own beast. So, we have an asteroid collector. And this thing can collect right now and has a small internal storage. I'm not going to hook it in to anything yet. I mean, technically I could just have these on the sushi belt above. Hold on, I kind of think we're going to move the crushers. I should have just copy-pasted them. But hear me out. There's space for a belt here too? Oh my gosh, the space efficiency. Holy moly. So this isn't actually ideal. Because, yeah, it's not ideal. I want to stick to one side of the belt with these, and I don't have any mods to choose which side these output on, so we're gonna have to get a little bit creative because we want... Oh, we ran out of belts. I'll send up 100 more. Why is Rocket not ready? Oh, it immediately sent it, that's why. So my thought is we'll output these and have these grab the bad stuff coming out. Oh, you know what we could do afterwards is we can use the hub as an interim for relevant materials if we want. Alternatively, I could just run one extra belt, which sounds dramatically easier. Alright, so here's the plan. We'll output the good stuff on this belt. What is the good stuff? It's going to be carbon, ice, and iron. All of it will end up on one belt here. And then I think we'll use some splitters to split them into their own belts. Output priority right will be, or left, excuse me, will be carbonic asteroid. Then output priority left is going to be iron. Oops, sorry, that should have been right, my mistake. And then we'll have all three on different belts, but what does that meaningfully get us? I get some convenience. We need the iron for a few things. First and foremost, we need to smelt it. Second, I guess first and foremost would be fuel. And for the fuel, we need iron to be in its ironic state. So we'll set up 2 furnaces here that lead into 2 crafters. We'll make Yellow ammo from both of them. Except I'm going to put this over here. This should be sufficient. If we put a splitter here. I'm a little reluctant to make it this close. And like this. Ideally, this should be enough of a buffer making 2 of these to sustain all of my turrets. I don't know if it will be. This is going to be, like I said, like a trial and error type thing. I would like to put some efficiency modules in basically everything. We are very limited by our power up here. I can put accumulators down, but there's no big rush on those. So this will put bullets on the outer track, and on the inner track will be the rocks. And so if we put the filters on this, have it be only ice that comes out. Actually, we want it to be ice cubes. Where are ice cubes? They're there. Ice is just called ice. What's the other one called? Oxide asteroid chunk. My mistake. I knew not your game. Then we'll have carbon come out here, and we'll have these all go on the same belt, and then they'll be sorted out a few seconds later. This might be too much for the belt. I'm gonna assume that it's not. So we have that process completed. Now we need to start making our fuel. If this doesn't work, we'll have to improvise. But we may as well process it something like this. Actually, we only need the 1 belt if we do it this way. Whoops. These both need water, right? We want the fuel over here and the oxidizer over here. Now this technically works. However, this gives us no buffer. So I'm going to go in lieu of this original thought. I'm going to move these down. Wow, I didn't realize that's how that would function. Oh, it makes sense because I copied it. No, I did realize how that functions. That's how the game works. Not my first rodeo. And instead, I'm going to make a water buffer in both of these. We'll have this one just turn ice into water. So I've made, I don't remember if I've made a ship that actually had to, like, go before. I've made, like, the space science, but I don't know if I've ever done this process. I don't remember doing it. Maybe I haven't. I've forgotten, though. But here's my thought process. Now, these should theoretically, those are not what I want to spit out, actually. I want that to be iron ore. I want that to be carbon. And this should, in theory, give us what we want. However, there's still issues. And that's when we back up on stuff. So how are we going to rectify that? The easiest way is to shoot it off the ship. And I think we'll be following that logic once more as well. But let's focus on our piping. So we can mouse over this, and it looks like this is going to be our blue pipe. And this will be our red pipe. So let's get our red pipe set up first. And next, the blue one. Looks like we're a little shy on those, so I will send some of those up as well. Pipe to grounds are not my strong point. What do we need for construction up there? Ah, okay, it's because they're just throwing me a bunch of speed modules. I mean, is that because not doing anything? God, we make speed modules so slow, and every time I look, we're like about to be done. I don't even know the point of that beacon. I think that would be like just as efficient as adding an extra one there, but it made me feel smart to do. All right. So we need to send up some Pipe to grounds. I think what I'll do too is I'm going to nab some of these spaceship floors. Actually, I already have plenty on me. I'm going to just send the rest of them because I got a feeling we're going to need a little bit more in just a few minutes. Wondering how we're going to get stuff off these belts. There are some areas to yeet stuff off down here. It's probably going to be the play, though I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it yet, but I think that's going to be the play. Regardless, this should... Yeah, okay, these are separate. This should cause fueling to happen. Something else that we should do is set up storage here as well. That way we have two things storing the fuel. Actually, you know what? We could put this in a cooler place too, thinking about it. So I think we can? Maybe not. I'm having second guesses. Seconds. You know, you catch my drift, home skeleton, diggity dog? No? Well, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, I'm gonna just put them up there like I had it before. Now we should store excess, which will be nice. I'm trying to decide where I like it the most. I kind of like it here more than on the edge. Now these pipelines connect. I want to turn it on, but that's gonna have the consequence of like not being prepared for issues. Oh my gosh, this is like the perfect distance. Okay, so... it's easy enough to just snake this down and then yeet off whatever we need to yeet off. The downside of this initial design is, like, I really don't know how much of everything we're gonna need. It may just result in being, like, really, excess or not excess enough, and then we'll have to change a lot. And currently it's just, like, we're just gonna yeet extra stuff in general. But we should turn it on and see. That'll help us fix things if we can identify what needs fixing, I feel. I'm lost in the sauce currently. Alright. So let us turn it on and then we'll go from there. Because there's still more to be done, but if we could see the system in process, maybe we can get an idea. These currently cannot grab, which is a problem. Red inserters do seem to be the solution, which is quite silly that we reached this point, but that's okay. I'm going to send a bunch of extra blue inserters up. Reason being is because we could almost certainly use them on the next planet too. So we'll put in a request for red inserters. Hopefully it'll be arriving any second, because I believe I sent it to the right place. There it is. So let's see how it works. We produce the proper things. They get separated properly. It looks quite nice. The iron... Wait. Okay, I mixed up my design a little bit, which is fine. Less than ideal, but fine. I needed to move these back one, specifically. And then that should be sufficient, because I need them to go onto belts. This is why we test it, you know? Alright, so any excess stuff right now is being like ultra yeeted. Currently, we're not stockpiling any fuel, but it's because it's going into our thrusters. We can put productivity modules on these, that's interesting, but I don't think it's super necessary. Speed modules, on the other hand, might be nice, but also might destroy our fuel. But being that we're going somewhere close to the sun, it might not be bad. Ah, look at this. There we are. Everything was backed up for a little bit. We might want a stack inserter here, but this might just be a consequence of everything being kind of jammed up at the start. Yeah, okay, it was just that everything was jammed up. So now... Wait a minute. Okay, so my whole design was just backwards because of how it went initially. I had it right, but my expectation was that these were going to put directly under the belt, which they don't. Which is fine, for the record. It gives us space to put up walls around the base if we want to. Our electricity is struggling, which is a little to be expected. I think we have some more solar panels, and we have plenty of space to put them. Let's send up some more solar panels. How many can we fit in a rocket? That's how many we're sending. 50? Great. Those will send on their own because they are requested. And see, now we are getting bullets on the belt. They're not the fastest, and the issue is that we're smelting very slowly currently. Maybe some speed modules on the smelters, but it also might not be an issue, but I'm thinking we want some speed modules up there. I've already seen a few reasons to put a few modules up there, and I think that we're going to give it the temptation. Put 10 of those, and we're also going to put some productivities in case I want to use those. In addition, I'm going to throw some roboports on. We're going to want them anyways, and I'm just trying to fill the rockets as to not waste supplies now. My current thought is, wow, we produce iron way too slowly. Hoping the speed modules kind of rectify that. I'm not optimistic that it will rectify it in a satisfactory way. It's certainly better, but it's not much better. At this point, I feel as though there's no difference in doing something like this. It seems to be basically the same. Oh yeah, there's no reason to not just have one crafter. Saves us some power at least. Seems like 2 speed moduled ones to 1 crafter is still not enough to be effective. So we'll be able to build up a buffer, but I think we need to get more smelting. As much as it pains me to admit it, I think we need more smelting. We're gonna see what we can fit for that. This ain't gonna cut it. Let's see, that's why we experiment and stuff. The issue is I gave myself so little space here. Maybe it's just enough though. I do enjoy having to build with the idea of space constraints in mind. Let's see how this fares versus what we had before. It should be quite literally double, so hopefully that'll be as such. I'm gonna just drop those down because I don't really want to try and take them out. Ooh, you know, that is kind of an issue, though. I didn't consider the fact that that only exists. Let me filter these for yellow science specifically, or, wow, white science. Colors are tough, okay? Can you filter for, like, reverse? Blacklist. You can, okay. And I'm going to put this on. I'm going to filter blacklist, and we're going to blacklist white science specifically, and then we're going to just put few storage box here, I think. Yeah, probably needs some power. Actually, everything fits like perfectly. I cannot believe it. That way anything weird we send down will just end up in there for now. I'm gonna move this inserter down so that the oxidizer will get priority on anything coming through. So the downside of this design, the dirty downside, is that we end up in a state where... I think I'm gonna use a splitter so this looks nicer. We end up in a state where we're basically just wasting stuff. Like, down and true, that's just like what it is. Like, we're not stockpiling nearly as efficiently as we could be. Maybe it won't be a big deal, but basically everything but iron is just being ultra yeeted, and then like right now we could be processing stuff, but we're not. So how can we fix that? How can we fix the fact that our ice is getting yeeted without a good reason? Well, we had a way before, but it's tough when we use both of these as a combined path. So I think the first step is to be eating the carbon, because carbon is so plentiful, but ice is not. Because we can only process the ice so fast, but it's like basically super useful when we have it. So what do we do is the question. There's not really a good way to eat the ice, but I might be able to figure out a way to have it so that the ice will be yeeted only after an excess, similar to what we had before. This should work just fine. I'm gonna turn this off for now. Going to have it read content of this belt, and it'll read it all the way up until here. And we'll have it so that it enables/disables specifically when the amount of ice on the belt exceeds a certain amount. But the ice on the belt is currently less than 2. It's not greater, or 0 is not greater than 2, therefore it's disabled. So it's reading it properly. It's seeing that there's 2 on here. And it goes up to here specifically. So we can use this to our advantage, kind of, but I feel like we need to go back to our old design to make it really shine. Are we really 1 belt off? That's remarkable. Good news, I have belts to send. As for how many, we're gonna have to spitball how many. But it's gonna be a lot. Basically, the iron and the carbon I have no qualms about eating, because like, it basically all gets used up right now, almost perfectly. No, I should do the same thing. There's no reason to not do the same thing. What we are going to do is we're going to set up these... I don't need to filter, I need to attach it. We're going to do the exact same thing we did before, basically, but on a slightly more limited scale. I'm going to combine these together. I'm going to have you read the all belts contents. That goes all the way up. Perfect. And we'll do the same thing here. I don't like that I did it so close on that one. I know it's not like meaningfully different. There we go. Enable, disable. And have you enable, disable as well. And then we're just going to straight chill for a little bit. We're going to change it so that it is looking for iron in this one. And it's looking at carbon. Oh, I didn't actually set you to hold all belts as well. We'll set you for carbon. So we have carbon. We have iron. So now, once this stocks up to being like an appropriate amount, basically I want it to stock up, because we will have excess and it will eventually stock up to being up to about here for the iron-ish and about here for the carbon. Once it passes that point, which I'm also waiting to see for the ice, but the ice again is like in big supply right now. Once we see what that number is, we input that number, and then when it goes excess past that number, that's when it'll start eating. So we'll always be able to process is what we'll set up. That should solve all of our problems. That'll make sure that everything is going as long as it can. I'm going to put a single PPA over here as well so that these 2 tanks are connected. That way neither of them is like, oh well, I don't have water but the other one does. That may have been part of my problem. So this will take a little bit. For the carbon, not at all. For the iron, a little bit longer. For the ice, a long time to kind of get an idea of how many we want, but should be solvable. But in our current state, it looks like our bullets are starting to build up, which is nice to see. I still don't know if it's going to be enough, though. You just don't get that many asteroids. Maybe we go... I mean, we want to make more space. We're going to want like a frontal defensive area with a lot of turrets. This whole line here is going to be turrets, so let's start working on that now. This is going to be very trial and error, I think, just by necessity. We want turrets. I think we're gonna go crazy with these ones. Real wacky with them. We're gonna want to send up some more turrets, and I believe I have a bunch of these, so we'll go deploy these now. What else can we send up that'll be useful? How about some logistics bots and some construction bots? Obviously, our buffer of bullets is going to go down because of this, but that's to be expected. Now the question is, do I want to put walls up? And I think the answer is going to be a resounding yes. I was kind of against it initially. I think it's a very, very, very good idea. We definitely have walls in logistics chests, so I'm going to just make a request for walls. We'll ask for 100 of them, and that should be just fine. I think we also want one more turret right here. more turret right here. I think we have a handful of accumulators, which we can throw down. I don't think they're going to be needed on this ship literally at all, but they can fits, they're going to be sits in, you know? They look kind of sick there too. So it looks like our carbon's already surpassed basically where we want. So what number do we have now? We have 82, so we'll set this at 75, set constant, and then boom. 75 is way too low. We should set it a little bit higher. How about 80? As long as there's one that this hand can grab, because when we end up in a situation like this, it's just really inefficient for no good reason. Even though carbon's abundant. I'm gonna make it even higher, I think. I realize now that we had a bad take on it because it was reading the stuff that was at the very tippy top. Yeah, because right now it's at 70 or 69 and it's yeeting stuff because the stuff hasn't arrived. Oh yeah, this is good. Another 20 will be like up to here at most, so that's fine. The ice again is not going to be suffering from this basically at all. I wish there was a way to store the ice here longer. But I guess we're like consuming it instantly, but there's some leaking through. It won't be an issue, I guess, but ice is really tough to come by. Thankfully, the ice is still staying pretty comparable. Like, we have a small buffer, but so the ice is doing its job fine. That's not a bad thing or anything. I'm definitely glad I opted for these storage tanks. I think one would have been efficient, but aesthetically this looks better. Our walls should be up here by now. Oh, actually, no, they shouldn't be. I didn't put them in yet. They're... Me assuming that the game knows what I want will automatically do it. Either way, we can start designing with our walls. I think we're gonna have too few walls. I'm gonna say it. It's only gonna be by a little bit too. Oh no, we got enough. I'm gonna assume we don't need walls back here. I'll put them down if they fit because I think it'll look cool. Ooh. Remember that thing I said that was really funny? About how we're gonna be just a little bit too short? It's fine. I think on the contrary, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove these excess Ingummy what's. Oh my god, the shit's really coming together. Now that we have the walls up, I think that made it click. So something else I do want to put in is repair packs. We have them automated, and I think I can tell the ship itself to request repair packs. We're going to do that. We're going to request repair packs. 100 of them, and we're going to put 100 of them into a requester chest here. I don't know why I crafted one of those. Repair packs, and we asked for 100 of them. That way it'll always have some. Every time it docks here, it'll have some at least. I don't know if we're going to have this one. I mean, what we should probably do realistically is if we can design a ship that can go to Vulcanis, we can always just copy it and then paste it and then send all the stuff we need. Those jerks. But at the same time, like, we should make a new ship for every place. We shouldn't just use one ship. We're going to need to transport science and whatnot, so we need to, like, focus with that in mind. Looks like our blue circuits are getting more saturated, dramatically more than before. Looks like our sciences seem to all be buffered up as well. We could rip some science now. Is there anything worth grabbing? I think we'll grab the other 2 modules, or I guess the other 3 modules while we're chilling here. We should have plenty of science to support this, and it shouldn't be too long to do. Oh my gosh, we have a worker cargo size up. I didn't realize that. I guess it doesn't really matter the order in which they go for that, but that would have been a nice upgrade. I had no idea it was available. Alright, so I think the ship is basically good other than setting up... This is still not perfect. I'm going to make this a little bit higher even. About 120. Looks like our bullet production is way better. I know we've had a little bit of time, but doubling it was definitely the play there. I'm glad that I wasn't too stubborn to do so. Solid SPM. Not bad. Forgot we had a whole iron ore patch that we built over here that we were going to train but then forgot existed. Real rough. That's just how it goes. Okay, so for the Radiant Starfarer, it seems to be waterlocked now. No, it's got plenty of water. No, it is waterlocked. I think 120 is probably a good number for this though, because like look what it spikes up to. Yeah, 120 is a good number for that. The iron still hasn't successfully backed up. I don't know if it will. I mean, it will once the bullets finish. The thing is, I want to kind of just like hop in the ship and go ASAP. Obviously it's on my mind, but I need to finish up the wiring for this, and I think the best way is to wait. Let's start prepping things for landing on Vulcanis. How about that? We're going to want a lot of solar panels. We have 44 there. Probably a good place to start. We probably want some accumulators as well. I don't know if accumulators are going to be necessary, but it'd probably be nice to have them. I'll make 20 of them. I guess 25 of them, and we'll send those over. What else do we need? Obviously, some drills are a good idea. Right, I should turn this off. You jerk. Okay. I'm going to take these out, and I'm going to replace the inventory with... What the heck was I going to put in here? Right, so we wanted the drills. The accumulators are probably a good idea, but we'll wait to craft more of those. We're crafting a bunch right now. Let us put some electric mining drills in there. I really don't know how many we're going to need to start, but the more the better, right? Can I make a request for drills? I can. I'll put 50 on there. Our walls are being damaged, or excuse me, our flamethrowers are being damaged, but they're being repaired right afterwards, which is nice. Just a lot of spitters are annoying, so it's going to keep happening. I'm hoping they can pull from these buffer chests. I'm really hoping they can. I expect that they can. I do not know if they can. Man, I really hope they can, because if not, we need to set up getting those buffer chests to like place inside of them, which will be a huge pain. Definitely a knowledge check that I have failed on that front. Did we get our request for those drills? We did get our request for those drills. We're going to deliver all of those over. In addition, I think we'll send over a bunch of assembling machines as well. I'll just wait for this rocket to launch. I just request 50 of them and send them all. No reason to not just kind of go all out on it. It does seem like we found the sweet spot for eating stuff for the carbon. The water still needs a lot of love. It can take productivity modules. I'm heckin' loading up the water with productivity modules. I tell you what. How is our power on here? Is there any good way to check? I guess not really, huh? Can I click the accumulators? Is that a way? Nope. I guess as long as it's not saying that we're not outputting enough, then we're good. Forgot we need some speed modules in this. Alright, we'll send our 50 booklet bookies. There they are. 25, that's fine. So I might want to send 50 anyways. Where are mine? They're there. Alright, worker robot cargo size 3 is completed. We've done a lot of tech. Still a lot to go, but we've made a good chunk on it at least. I'm not going to bother discovering the new planets yet. There's not really a benefit to it. Seems like these robots are for combat, which I'm not too focused on. There's one more laser shooting speed, so I'm gonna go for that upgrade. May as well. I think it's gonna be like the last upgrade we really grab here. Oh, look at the time. The iron reaches all the way down here. I genuinely don't think that we're ever going to have... Oh no, we will have enough iron. I was like, I don't think it'll happen, but as long as there are like bullets that are full. Look at how nice our big sushi belt of bullets looks though. Really multi-purpose, that one belt. I like the design. It's nothing fancy, but it feels like it'll suffice. I hope that this isn't too many or too few thrusters. I have no idea if it is. What other things do we need? We've got drills, we've got roboports, we've got a handful of robots, but we should grab more of them. So we'll grab more robots and shoot those up. This is apparently not connected. Ooh, power. I will rectify that. It's so strange that the music just kind of goes off and then stops going off. Oh, maybe it's because I was looking at the space thing and then not the space thing. Okay, where are we making our robots? Our robots are here. Oh, it looks like we stopped producing our robots. I'm going to turn our robots back on. That is mildly inconvenient at this exact juncture in my life. The robots should have known better and been more available to me. want to send up 50 more of each, I think is the play. All that good enough. My fancy schmancy ones here. We're gonna have to send up our armor and whatnot. So having the extra robots for the ports as well is going to be a treat. I'd rather make it not like a nightmare. I landed on Glebo in a playthrough, on my Death World Marathon playthrough. And let me tell you, I did not bring nearly enough stuff, so I'm trying to make sure that I don't make that same mistake this time. Man, my brain is really out of it today. Jeez. In here staring. Nothing going on upstairs. How much space do we have in the Radiant Starfire? Still a fair bit of space. So we've got nice supplies up there. We need furnaces. We need at least some furnaces probably, right? I think. I don't know. Maybe we don't need any furnaces, or maybe we need limited furnaces. I'll set up some furnace. Hey Q, how's it going? It's good to see ya. I could send modules. That might not be a terrible idea either. Although I think I have some. It's going okay. How are you today? Well, you know, on days like this, I say I'm not dead, and that's pretty good. We'll take it. How about you? Hopefully better than me. Not that I'm that bad, I'm being a little bit dramatic, but I don't know, I'm just not feeling it. Fairly average? We take fairly average. That's a big dubski in my book where I come from. I just finished watching a partial playthrough of a new game that looks fun. What game? I'm super interested. Called Dispatch, one of those story choice driven games. Interesting. I've never heard of it. Sounds cool. Those games often make me, I was gonna say makes me feel bad about myself afterwards, but that's not quite true. Those games are pretty cool. I haven't played one in a while. All the chapters are not yet, which is why it was a partial playthrough. That makes sense. It's so weird that I feel like a lot of story-driven games do that nowadays. I wonder why it started. Made by Critical Role? That's awesome. That sounds really dope. I had no idea that was a thing. This is not successfully getting juice anymore. Not that it matters. Charlie's a voice actor, Jacksepticeye is another voice actor, and Aaron Paul plays the main character he plays. That's pretty cool. I like when they get YouTubers do projects like that. Seems like it'd be fun to be part of. Said it was called Dispatch. Oh, you know, I've actually seen, I haven't seen the game at all, but I saw the, whatever the heck it's called, like the cover art of it on Steam a few days ago. And I was like, oh, I don't know what that is. I'll have to check it out though, that seems cool. We're not using enough petroleum when the base isn't on, but that's no big deal. I'm gonna just delete it all for a little bit so things will build up again. If you ever play it on stream, I'll watch it and tell you how all your decisions are terrible. Great. I appreciate it. Of all the people in my, like, world that I have interacted with, you are definitely the one that would be like the moral compass for me. There's no doubt in my heart about that. Is this fine to put here? This looks fine. Oh, I forgot I had my sponsorship thing still going. Glad to see it's still working. For a few more days till the sponsorship ends. That's really good. I don't think it's super punchy as far as choice goes. Oh, you didn't save this butterfly from the Venus flytrap, so now everyone you've grown to love is dead now because of it. That's good, because it's always brutal when it's like, oh, sorry, you should have shared your last stick of gum with the person that bullied you in high school, because if you didn't, yikes. Looks like you've gotten some horrible disease because you didn't do that. They didn't become a scientist. Oh, okay. My bad. Oh, everything turned off. What number are we at? Let's try 100 and I guess 160? Let's see how far it goes. Gonna be a little while because how backed up everything is. Alright, let's see what we're looking at. Honestly, I'm gonna send it at 200. 200 looks good. Oh, maybe not. No, that leaves it right at the stem. That's fine. It's a little bit higher than I wanted. I'll do 190. I'm guessing this will be fine, though. Glad we figured it out. Very comical, kind of dark. I'm very, like... That's a very solid combination of things. I can get down with comical and dark. Probably a pretty solid way to describe my life, too. Well, it looks like our fuel is full. Stupid sound of my stupid feet running. And really, I guess we pulled Mega Ampharos and 3-star Mega Altaria. So I haven't been like as good with TCG Pog. First of all, congratulations, that's awesome. Second of all, I haven't been as good as I was before, like pulling my packs every single day. But I have like 4 Indeedee EXs, 4 Tauros EXs, and nothing else. I'm like, there's got to be more cards in the pack, right? But I just keep getting those. I either get nothing or I get those. We're living in a society, RN, and I'm not here for it. What was I looking for? Right, it was a place where I can grab some gear wheels. No, don't grab the belts, you dum-dum. There we go. I don't think I have Tauros EX. Well, it's dumb, and it's not Mega Altare EX. It might not be dumb, but I am lashing out. It is cool that you got a bunch of cool stuff. I'm sure I'll get cool stuff in time, too. I'm not really sweating it, but it is fun to be dramatic about it. I got 2 of the 2-star people cards from the same pack. That's sick. I don't think I have any. I don't even know who the people in the new set are. Try and send you shares to show up your missing cards. I appreciate it. I think I booted it earlier today to send you a trade or accept a trade or something. I was trying to be good with that because you said there was some challenge for you to get a bunch of trades, so I was trying to send those. Be a good noodle. Do something productive with my day. There are those. Deliver those over to the Radiant Starfarer. Honestly, I think we're getting pretty heckin' close to just sending it. I don't have a single Flaffy, which is pretty on Fork Knife. If I have one, I'll trade it to you. I am a Flaffy Haver, as we're known. It's kind of like an exclusive club, and I know that you're not a part of it, so I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I just want you to be aware that, like, we do exist. You've reached your limit for receiving shares. You're so popular that I literally cannot share a Flaffy card with you. Brutal. We live in a society for certain. There we go. Me, why is my phone not working great? Also me. Chuck's phone on the table every time I'm done with it. Surprise Pikachu face. I think I only got one chair today, so I stopped that one. It could be. The fact that there's even a limit for that's dumb. Maybe that's provocative. I'm sorry if I just upset someone. We need substations. That's something we need for sure. Trying to like brain out other things we might need. Might not be a terrible idea to just send out some raw circuits. Maybe a stack of each of them just to like get started. In case we decide we forget something. These are like the bread and butter of everything. Other than that, I think I'm basically good to go. I can't think of much else to load on the ship. Apparently red circuits are just really heavy. That's what I've learned as of this moment. Apparently you can only send cards the same rate as you receive. That's interesting. It's gonna send something nice, but it won't let me. Don't worry about it. I'm just sending you it because I want to help out. I appreciate it though. I am just trying to help out. Alright, so let's look. Got some oil refineries, I've got some chemical plants. Got some fast inserters. We don't have a lot of fast inserters though. Maybe I'll send some bulk inserters. Seems like a good idea. And some more fast inserters. Turn for your sheep, R for you a sheep. Oh my god. That's straight up sheep off. A veritable event for the ages. Do we have steam turbines in a box that can request them? We can. I think we're going to be using that for power. Maybe. Maybe we'll just use panels too. I don't know. I don't think concrete will be too hard to make, assuming we can get iron. Actually, I don't know if we can make concrete there. Hopefully you don't already have my sheep and you'll get a new sheep for collection as well. That'd be dope. I appreciate it either way, though. Ooh, and a sheep off. Huge. Alright, is that my Flaffy? Thanks for the sheep. Beep beep, I am in fact a sheep. Oh, I keep putting them in. I was like, where are my blue circuits going? I couldn't quite process it. I was sticking them in the rocket production. There we go. There's some more blue processing units. Steam turbines are really heavy. Maybe I send less of them. I actually don't know how much we'll need, but now I'm reluctant with how heavy they are. I just want to fill up all these spaces the best I can, even if it's excess stuff. Let's supposed to some electric engine units too, because those are kind of a pain in the butt to make. I'm trying to think of things that I won't be able to quickly make. Lubricants, another thing that comes to mind if we want to make more blue belts and stuff, but I don't know how necessary they're going to be. Pulled a shiny lit the other day, which is neat. Are there shinies in the new pack? I was wondering about that. Those were always really fun to pull. I liked them. I'm definitely overstocking this ship, but better more than less, I think. I think we'll just fill up this with steam turbines, then call that good enough on the turbines. I mean, do we have right now? Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll just do the 7. Remove my request for it. I think I've gotten this firstly here and there. Lint was from the Gyarados pack. Cool. I think every pack is shinies since shinies were introduced. Oh, I thought that was like a special set thing. Neat. Oh, you know, maybe I did pull them. There is some weird pack that came out somewhat recently that was like, I think it was supposed to have like EXs from all the old packs or something from it. So I pulled from that for a bit, but I don't think I got a single new card from it, which was a little bit cringe, but it was like a temporary thing and it looked all special. So I pulled from it. Limited EX pack. Yeah, that's the one. I don't think I need my weaponry. Turn off my personal logistics. Oh, this feels wrong. Don't think I need my ammo and stuff either. We can just remake stuff there if we need it. Dang it, how heavy is it? Rocket capacity 1. The fact that these all have, at least some of them have repair packs in them, leads me to believe these little dudes are picking them up and putting them in there. I hope. I gotta feel like I'm prepared. Oh, you know, I should have really done a test run first. This might not make it. Quite a few shinies now. Look at it. I have shiny Starmie EX, Mew EX, Moltres EX, Garchomp EX, Arcanine EX, Lucario EX, Gallade EX. Dang! That's kind of sick, though. You don't have the shiny Charizard yet, but your icon's a shiny Charizard. You gotta get it. If I had one, I'd give it to you, but I'm pretty sure I don't. You got the sick shiny Charizard. Alright, you know what? I think I'm gonna just send it. Heck it. We're going to space. Oh, and Leafeon EX. I think I had shinies of like the older stuff. I mean, I guess I wouldn't have any of the newer stuff, or I don't remember any of the newer stuff. They're going to check your shinies while I'm flying to space. And before I start going and we realize we forgot something really, really important. Rarity is probably how you do it. You know, I actually do have a shiny Charizard EX. Color me surprised, but I don't remember ever pulling one, but I do have one. I have Charizard EX, Wugtrio EX, Starmie EX, Machamp EX, Marowak EX, Wigglytuff EX, Arcanine EX, Aerodactyl EX, Yanmega EX, and Darkrai EX. Those are my shinies. If I can trade it to you, you can totally take it, though. It does look very cool. Alright, let's try to go to the planet. See how badly we messed this up. Here we go. We are going so fast. I hope the asteroids aren't bad. I guess it's only like 300 kilometers per second, but it feels really fast. There are no asteroids? Oh, there they are. Here we go. Darkrai sounds dope. It does look pretty cool. Why are you throwing your phone? Or when are you going to Vulcanis? Oh, right now I see. I didn't see you. T. Sorry about that. I'm trying to go now. A little nervous we're about to take some damage. You ever been there? I've never been to Vulcanis ever. However, We arrived. Not super worse for wear either. Whether or not we'll produce enough ammo remains to be seen. We're doing okay on ammo now. Okay, let's go down. Uh-oh. I know what I forgot. We gotta go back. I didn't make a cargo landing pad. Well, it works at least, but we need to go back, unfortunately. Which means I guess we can see how our round trip goes, but we don't have a cargo landing pad, so we can't get anything off. I mean, I guess we can do it without getting things off, but I'd rather just go grab one really quick. See how our fuel reserve works. Oh my god, it used up all of our fuel. We might not be able to efficiently make it back at all. They used up our entire storage of fuel. I can't believe it. We're so low on fuel that we're just kind of like cruising towards Novice now because we have so little fuel. I guess that's fine. We'll make it back. Okay, but you won't be able to leave yourself. Yeah, I want to make sure we have the cargo landing pad so everything doesn't just get dispersed in random places too. Suddenly we're capped on ice now as well, which means I can figure out the ice number. That's part of what the problem is. So we're looking for enable disable at, we'll do about 150. Actually, no, not 150. How about 100? We can't eat ice in our current setup. Read belt contents, hold all belts, enable, disable. Looking for ice. We're doing it live. Read more than 100 will activate. Oh no. Okay, this is fine, but man, I'm bumping into some weird issues. This may take a little bit of brain power to fix. Need to read the contents of those belts. That sees 114 right now. I'll set it at 100, which we'll probably need to adjust. And we will change it so that this just yeets everything that comes through. Gosh, that was a real issue. Is CHT China? Is that like a type of like a 3 letters on a card that you might have? It could be. It could be. Okay, I was gonna say it could be China/Taiwan, and it is China/Taiwan. Oh no 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 no! Stop! 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 We're going to slowly float back to. I mean, I guess we don't have to float back to. We need to go back to Novice. I'm gonna just put this on an extremely long amount of time. There we go. It's a different language. Rainbow Sylvia on EX Chinese card? That sounds sick. Alright, so it seems like my numbers are good on this now. We're successfully crafting fuel. What a nightmare that was, but we got back, we realized what we forgot, but we'll go grab it this time. I think I have more solar panels I can intersperse here as well, which I think we're going to do because we need the power. Clearly. Nice. Let's drop. I don't even have to drop off to Novice, do I? We just need to get an assembler that can craft it. We'll just craft it from space. So we will put a assembler down here. We'll have the assembler be making a cargo bay. Put a request in for about 50 blue science, as well as a request for about 100 steel. I don't know if we have steel in a box or not, though. We do? Great. Oh, yeah, I got Mega Absol. Mega Absol's so cool. My little edgy boyo. Great. So we'll have that pull out. We'll have that put into a storage chest. Turn that so it won't craft any more of them. Put down a requester chest right here. Make it have a request for a spaceship. Sorry, cargo landing pad. That's a cargo bay. That is a cargo bay that I created. That is not a cargo landing pad. Whoops. Looks like the difference is it needs some concrete up in there. The double gold star Mega Absol, not the standard 4 diamond one? Oh, that's cool. I don't know. I think I've only gotten one double gold star one. And I think it was Charizard forever ago. I don't think I've gotten any other ones. I apparently should have asked for more than just 100 concrete. How much does it need? 200? Ah, it's fine. We should have enough now then. Kind of an awkward situation to be in, but I guess it gives the ship a chance to refuel. I want to take enough to make a rocket to leave Vulcan in emergency. A rocket's like heavy though. That's a crazy amount of stuff. Maybe some more engine units though is a good idea. Those are the things that I think would give me the most trouble there, but I'm not 100%. I do have the processing units, but I don't have the engine units. So let me put in a request here for engine units. The trainer cards that are full art are double gold. You should pretty sure you have some of those. Oh, in that case I have some of those. I was thinking about the Charizard that has the like its whole background is gold everything. Yeah, I do have some of those. I absolutely do. I was just mixing it up like a dum-dum. What's your other notice taking care of Novice to make sure there's enough robots to automate stuff? Yeah, so I've got robots automated, and they're still making more robots right now. Where are they? I guess this one's just full, but we currently have 1,300 logistics and 1,100 construction bots good to go, so I'm assuming that'll be enough. And this box is also buffering some, or I guess had buffered some. Like a gold card? Yeah, like a gold card. It was gold everything. Those in class are on the gold ones are the rarest. Okay, yeah, that was the only one that I had gotten. I got one of those a long time ago, and that was it. Even stuff like raw resources will be tough too. I've set it up in such a way that I should be able to do literally everything. I could place roboports wherever I need to. I have it so that all the storage chests, all the crafting things are like good to go. It will be stressful that no one's taking care of this place, but it's also not going to be doing much besides just defending itself, so I'm hoping it'll be fine. Fingers crossed it'll be fine. Oh My god, that is way too many. Turn off that request, holy. I just wanted 150 more. Honestly, this is fine. Mewtwo's my only gold card, I'm pretty sure, in the first week of the game. I think my Charizard was also in the first week of the game. I've never gotten a God Pack before. I've always seen people talk about how cool they are and how you get like 5 really high quality cards. I ain't never seen one in the like pick thing, and I've never pulled one myself. Gold Pokeball cards sound cool. I sure as heck don't have any of those. Alright, what did we need anything else while we're here? How's our fuel looking? Really bad. I think we want a speed module days, which is fine, but how is our power doing? It's really hard to tell. As long as the accumulators have juice in them, which they do, we're good to go. Thinking we're good. Hoping we're good. Alright, let's go back. It's going to be a slow trip back, but let's go back. I had a pack with both Lycia and Fantina. Full Art's probably one of the best packs I've gotten. I don't remember the best pack I've gotten. It was probably one of the ones with the people, though. I just heard the thrusters like run out of fuel and slow down. Ripped a couple 6-card packs. That's cool that those exist. Well, there goes our extra fuel. As long as we can make it over the halfway mark, I'll be happy. Which we have, so we should be good to go. Our speed is rapidly descending. The baby Pokemon exists 6th card, so you get a baby Pokemon, it's the 6th card. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought that it was like they just showed up in packs randomly. That makes sense, though. I don't remember seeing 6-card ones, but it must have happened. But I pulled a little bit when baby cards were a thing. Not much, but a little bit. Yeah, we get a crazy amount of ice when we get to this area. The fuel gets way easier to get when we're going through space. Never mind, ice is hard to get still. Would not be mad at some reprocessing. Oh my god, look at our belts! Okay, I'm gonna turn off thrust so that we just float to Vulcanis. I'm gonna change a few things while we're here. So much iron, it's crazy town. I think we need bulk inserters for the yeeters, at least on that side. Yeah, we'll have bulk inserters on both the yeeters. They do show randomly, just gotta get the 6th card. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Alright, so we've successfully, in like 80 kilometers, arrived at Vulcanis. Hopefully prepared this time. We're gonna have the ship just chill down here. Wait, there's so much iron here. I think I'm gonna set up a second long-headed to keep feeding more iron. Like, I'm just baffled. Like, everything coming through here is iron. Maybe we should have had a second crusher for iron. Oh well, it's too late now. I'm hoping that it'll balance itself out as we go. Oh, I can put speed modules in the crusher. Don't mind if I do. We don't have any more speed modules. This is definitely necessary. These go way too slow. Okay, Well, either way, we're at Vulcanis. Let's drop to it. Ship's not perfect, but it works efficiently. Nothing got blown up. We've now traveled to planet Vulcanis. We have a new tip about lava processing. No tips or tricks selected. Where's lava processing? I want to read about it. Lava can be pumped into entity offshore pump. Oh, I didn't make any offshore pumps. I hope that that's not necessary. Processed in foundries into stone. Fluid, molten iron, and fluid, molten copper. It's possible to remove waste items by putting them directly in lava. Okay, so we can eat them into lava. Great. I hope that we can make pumps on this planet somehow. So we'll look at the Radiant Starfarer and we will have it drop off. Where is it? There it is. This first. There we go. For some reason when I trade, it doesn't tell me which card you don't already have registered, but when I share, it tells me pretty much always share you a new card for at least for the foreseeable future. Oh my god, I forgot how to talk for a second. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Bunch of coal here. Alright, let's throw down our landing pad. Which apparently works as a radar, which I did not know. Looks like we've got some sulfuric acid available to us, some coal, some lava, and some really angry red lines. It's no big deal. Well, let's just drop in some stuff down. We don't really need to send the turrets right now. Didn't we have extra solar panels? Do we really not have any extra solar panels? Okay, we do. I was like, wait a minute. So we have solar panels at least. What do the trees have in them? Carbon. It looks like we can get ore from these volcanic rocks, so we can certainly survive. I was very concerned about the lack of iron that we had to start, but that's no big deal. I guess we'll take our lay of the land really quick. You just don't make a wish list of cards you want need so I can give you what you need most. Alright, I'll take a look at it. I will I'll make a note of it really quick. The music here is kind of sick. I'm gonna keep looking at Novice every time we take damage, but there's been no like real urgent threat yet. There's a lot of cliffs here. That's what I've learned. There's a lot of heckin' cliffs. Only a small area. So we've got a bunch of calcite here. Some lava next to the calcite as well. That could be nice for us. Although we can use pipes to get the lava away. Here's another field of sulfuric acid. I don't really know what we're going to be using it for. I don't know much about this planet. Basically anything at all, really. Except for about the worms. I do know that. This is our happy little circle for now. And there's a friend right there. It's just a small little demolishy boy. It looks like we're going to have to deal with a demolisher to progress. Because we don't have access to the primary resource. I don't know where some is going to be, but we at least know our lay of the land. You can always throw your prisoners of war into sulfuric acid. Certainly a use for it. I think we're probably Oh, we're sitting in the coal. It's like, where's the coal? We're probably not going to be doing that unless I could throw my big worm friends into it, at which point I'll consider it. We have some tungsten ore. Let's throw down a few furnaces and a bunch of solar panels. We'll just start a solar panel farm. How many panels we got left? Apparently none. Okay, good enough. We've got our little solar panel field. I almost feel like I should have put more out here. This should be enough power to get us going for some stuff. I didn't bring any big electric poles either. We're going to be on a pretty small basis here, so we have some power. Gear wheels. Don't have any chests yet either, actually. I guess I'll just manually take it out for now. Now we can make an offshore pump, which means we can start playing around with the stuff. Actually, can we even make foundries? That's a good question. Do we need the research foundries? Are they a thing we already have? Craft item tungsten carbide. Tungsten carbide. So it's 1 carbon, 1 or 2 tungsten ore, and 10 sulfuric acid. So we need to start pumping sulfuric acid. So I am glad that I brought the. I didn't bring anything to pump those, unless they can use offshore pumps, but I heckin' doubt it. Those do not seem to be offshore, so I think we need some pump jacks, which means I'm glad I grabbed some green circuits. Unfortunately, we need steel and iron gear wheels now. We're out of power? Oh, I guess because it's nighttime. Well, this is going to be a little awkward for a little bit. Oh, I guess I can have my bots do the hard work for me. Maybe it's not going to be that bad. Why is there fire? Bots, please stop harming yourself. What do you think happened to tongues 1 through 9 to get us tongues 10? That is such a valid question. I'm so glad someone finally is asking the tough ones. And my answer? I don't know. Something messed up though, I'm sure. We live in that kind of society, you know? Definitely glad I opted to go with the bots. Kind of an incredible life choice. I think I'm gonna make a few iron chests as well. And find my substations. A large excess of stone. What the heck was that? What? Am I hearing like the demons of the deep? Oh, okay. Just a big lad. Enjoying its best life and certainly not bothering us ever. Yeah, I don't want to hear it, buddy. You can keep groaning at me all you'd like, but you're still staying right where you are, and I'm staying where I am, and we're probably not going to interact with each other for a while. But when we do interact, it's going to be really funny for me, and really not funny for you. Oh my god, I did not bring nearly enough for power. I only brought like... I don't even think I have any accumulators down here. I put them all on the ship. Definitely a blunder on that front. We have a pump jack. I think that that's probably sufficient to get started. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to do all my wiring with the substations because I was not super smart. We do have enough substations to do that without too much trouble, though. Which is kind of pog. Maybe not the most pog thing of all time, I'll give you that, but it's up there. It's like top 12 pogs. I get you across here, I can. Alright, so we need to put down a pump jack on this sulfuric acid, which is now just outputting sulfuric acid. I didn't know that pump jacks had inherent productivity. Weird. I wonder if I had teched that and not realized it. Is it just pumping it into the ether? Oh no, okay, it has like a little buffer on it. How would you feel if instead of excess of large stones you had given an excessively large stone? I think I would double it and give it to the next person, but I would be super happy to have it anyways. But that does sound really tempting. Now I want an excessively large stone. Fortunately, I am not in, God, what time would it be? I guess it'd be like the 1800s, the Salem witch trials happened. So I'm not going to be excessively stoned. And there's a lot of people that would be happy to be excessively stoned, so what do I know? What do we need tungsten carbide for? Oh, I skipped the step. We're supposed to mine calcite first. Whoops. Doesn't make a meaningful difference. This means we're overachievers and people are gonna think we're heckin' nerds. You know, heck 'em. I'd even say ook 'em. Man, using substations for this is kinda ultra dumb. I may as well just set up roboports while I'm at it. I completely forgot large power pulls. I even had a bunch on me, I just didn't think of it. It's not that big of a deal though. Every time it becomes nighttime though, we're just GG for now. I don't think they really stone people in Salem, it's more of a current day thing. They did press people to death, which is placing flat stones in their chest one by one until they were crushed to death. That seems like kinda ass, if I'm being honest with you. That does not seem super PogChamp, as the kids say. Okay, so we've now unlocked the ability to get a foundry. Oh man, how the heck am I gonna get lubricants? Actually, lubricant should be easy, right? It's just processing lubricants in a refinery? Or a thingummy one? You know the one. The stuff with the things. Yeah. God, I'm glad that I brought some of this stuff. I knew that we needed oil refineries, but I didn't know we needed this. It needs heavy oil. How the heck do we get heavy oil? That is a very solid question. we have simple coal liquefaction now, which is coal plus calcite plus sulfuric acid creates heavy oil. Okay. Okay. I should have definitely brought more pipes, and I'm feeling a little regretty spaghetti about that. I was not planning to need a crazy amount of pipes initially. We are certainly in need of some. Going to bring the sulfuric acid back to my base, I think. The day-night cycles seem to be very short, which is certainly double-edged currently. Oh my god, my pipes. I ain't got no PPAs. Look, I'm gonna just try my best to go out in such a way that I don't need to be taken out by medieval torture techniques. If I can go out that way, I think I'll be okay in the end. If I end up getting medieval torture technique, it'll suck. I'll still be like, alright, well, you know, whatever, it's a good run. But I would like to avoid it if possible. Maybe that's selfish of me. I'll give you that. Maybe it's selfish that I don't want to be medieval torture technique. Fine. Some people are like, oh, but, you know, it's really not that bad. You're being kind of a weenie about it. Look, I'm trying my best here, alright? We are getting real funky with this right now. So we need coal liquefaction. Is that done in this, was it? Coal, calcite, sulfuric acid. It spits out heavy oil. Okay. Boom. Coal liquefaction? That's the word, right? Yeah. Liquefaction. I think what I'm also going to do is make a storage tank for sulfuric acid, which was not part of my original plan. This was supposed to be a tank for lava, which I don't know if that's necessary. But having a stockpile of it seems nice, since we're going to need at least some of it to get everything off the ground here. Now we need coal and calcite. I wish I brought more blue belts, let me tell you what, because we are about to be out of blue belts already. Oh my gosh, we're gonna be out of blue belts. Alright, well, we're down to yellow belts. That's just how it goes when you underprepare, I guess. Actually, how's the Starfarer looking? Honestly, it's juiced up. I'm gonna just send the Starfarer back and then bring a bunch of belts and stuff. I think that'll save me more time. And tell it to go to Novice. I'm going to make a request for 400 blue belts. On Novice, we're going to go and get that set up now. I think it's better than struggling with yellow belts and stuff. Not that the yellow belts are that big of a deal right now, but I like uniformity, you know. Let's trash all these out. A new request for belts. I don't know why I was typing in blue belt as if that would actually show anything. Ask for 400 of them. Oh, they're taking my belts. That's funny. Liquefaction. Something like that. Still mostly convinced I'll be the one to take myself out one day. Look, if Futurama taught me anything, it means the future's going to have really convenient booths when the time is right. That's what I keep telling myself, at least. This being said, life is precious, yada yada. You know the drill. Okay, the Starfarer stopped at Novice successfully. We did run out of energy. We do have some thruster fuel, but not much. Wonder why we're out of energy so hard. I can't really fit many more solar panels. I guess it's just when everything's going with the modules. Is there anywhere we can splash in some? We can splash in some efficiency modules. Oh right, there's none on there anymore. Our energy is not that bad. It'll be fine. Even choose a song you want to play in Little Pod when you check out. See, like, you get it. Oh wait, Sweden gets it. I didn't know that was a thing. It's an interesting discussion, not one that I'm even remotely qualified to have, but it is an interesting one. At least we get like thruster fuel pretty quickly. We already got 200 belts on there. Going to stop requesting belts. We get rid of the remaining 3 that are in there. No, you dum-dum, put them in. I mean, I guess I told you to not put them in, so it's my fault, but I did nothing wrong. Alright, so the last thing the belts we need is there. Is there anything else we want last minute? I could barrel up some stuff, but I don't think it's worth it. I think it's mainly belts. I think it's a little late to set up the long power poles. Remove half of the speed modules from the furnaces. I think that'll put us back into good space. Yeah. That'll do it. Now we're charging at least a little bit. On occasion. We're not zeroed out, which is the important thing. Or I guess negative. Zeroing out would be mostly fine. As long as we're not losing more than we're creating. Thinking we're good to send it back because of how good it is at resupplying itself, so we're going to send it to vulcanis now. Just kidding, I'm going to miss input like 9 times. Because why would it be simple? Canadian government will suggest you off yourself in the military. If you're a military veteran, call them up until you've been struggling with bad thoughts. There's no way that's real. That's messed up if it's the case. Surely that's not the case. If that is the case, Canadian government, y'all need some chill. That's straight up wrong. I've always felt like, I mean, it's not like that crazy to think, but I've always felt like, man, it's super rough to be in that kind of position where, I mean, not having mental health support and having mental health issues is like big oofies, obviously. I wonder why this one keeps falling so far behind the other one. Reports from vets calling up their version of the VA. Well, I hope it's heckin' dealt with. That's heckin' scummy. People gotta take mental health more seriously. Let's turn off thrust because we're about to arrive. We will drop off those transport belts and we'll get back to work. think I'm gonna just smelt all the iron and put it in a box for now. I should have bought robot chests as well. That would have been a smart idea. You ever watch Angry Cops on YouTube? The video on it? I don't think I have. I forgot to go grab the list that we need. I should have grabbed the undergrounds. That's okay. We're gonna have a very windy, sneaky belt. Should have also brought splitters, but I'm hoping that once we get everything up and running, it won't really be an issue. Smile. Why is the music here so stressful? I feel like I'm in Jaws or something, and I just made the bad decision to be like, hey family, let's go on a vacation in the water, even though this evil shark is hunting us. I want to say that was like Christmas Jaws. Santa Jaws, I think that was the movie, or something like that. Where the kid was like, I wish I could be alone on Christmas. And then, like, the kid's wish was fulfilled by, like, Jaws hunting and killing his whole family. It was like a whole thing. I swear I'm not making this up. I watched it at my old workplace I was at. He's a good buddy of our local lovable donut operator. That does track. It does make sense to me. We're just gonna slap these bad boys on for now. And now we have lubricant, which is very nice because we need lubricant. Refined concrete. I don't think I grabbed any refined concrete. I don't even have any normal concrete. Uh-oh. I don't think we can get water here, can we? Okay, we can. We can condense steam. And to get steam, we need some boilers. Wait. Nope, we can do acid neutralization. Sulfuric acid and calcite. This is so confusing. This isn't that bad. A little bit confusing, but it's not so bad. Okay, so we can make... Neutralizing acid is pretty easy. You just mix it with a base so the pH level's off. Oh my god. Tell me you paid attention in chemistry without telling me you paid attention in chemistry. Overachiever alert. Oh, I don't want that there. We gotta make some more PPAs. I think a couple undergrounds is the play right now. Okay, we're making steam. We're not doing nothing with the steam, but we're making steam. Wait, I can make incredible amounts of energy now, right? Am I crazy for thinking this? Why can't the steam output to here? Is it because we're not using any? Because we're not using any. This will only kick on if we need some, and we're not using enough power now. So 5.8 megawatts. Let me see if they kick on. There they go. Okay, cool. So we can keep power throughout the night now. That's a nice boon. And Steam also seems kind of ultra juiced here, unless I'm missing something. The nights last like 12 seconds, but we can certainly maintain through the night. You can crawl back away a long time ago. I started this job here, worked in the silver plating room. We had an acid we used, we had neutralized, we're disposing of it. I do totally remember that. Neat. What was I doing with this steam? There was something important I needed for it, right? It was to make water. We need a chemical plant to turn this steam into water. Man, I'm glad I brought a bunch of chemical plants. Holy moly, I'm glad I did that. So now we have water. Why do we need water? Because we need refined concrete, which is a pain in the tuchus to make. At least we have what I thought was impossible before. We're going to do refined concrete, which is now concrete, which we also need water for, I think. Water, stone brick, iron ore. Let me hook up this so that we have some power during the night. I'm guessing one steam turbine is going to be enough to run our factory at night. And we'll set this up with some concrete. So now we need some iron ore, which I have a little bit of, some stone bricks. Once we get foundries up, things will be a little bit different, but we're going to kind of brute force it for a little bit. Stone bricks, which we can certainly make. May as well smelt them over here. Very excited about when we have disposable iron. Kind of living in a world I don't want to be in right now. Okay, so that needs iron sticks and steel plates. I certainly have some steel plates, not many though. The chest has some. How much does a foundry need? Are we even close to what we need? 20 refined concrete. Refined concrete needs 20 steel. So we have the steel covered barely, and I think we have the iron sticks covered too. Need 160 of them. We don't. We need more iron. Okay, well, we'll start collecting it now. I should set up a roboport too. Not that it makes a big difference, but we can always do stuff far away when we have this set up. So we are going to set up another chest here. We're going to feed iron into this. I guess we'll have a crafter making iron, whatever the heck they're called, sticks. How can I forget the word stick? That's rough. I'm gonna put some productivity modules in here. Honestly, I think we prod mod everything we can. Maybe I want to just throw down excess concrete so we can walk quicker too. Alright, we have refined concrete. What else did we need for foundries? We've solved refined concrete, we've solved lubricants. Tungsten carbide's pretty easy. So it's just steel plates and then circuits, which we already have. So great. We'll let that refined concrete build up. Once we get one foundry, I think everything gets a little easier. I don't exactly know what foundries do, other than the fact that they can use lava to make things. Doesn't look like we need to up our mining operations at all. It seems like we're fine on that front. What's tungsten carbide again? Do we have that automated? I don't think we do, so we need to go automate that. It is carbon, tungsten ore, and calcite. We should certainly set that up. We have basically everything here, except I'm a little confused how we get the carbon, so we're going to have to investigate that. Looks like carbon has a recipe for 2 coal and 20 sulfuric acid. So sulfuric acid is like really important, it turns out. Not what I expected, but it is interesting. Is carbon not in this? Is it in something else? It is in something else. It must be in a fluid thingy. It isn't a fluid thingy. Biggest regret is I didn't make more pipes to start. I think we basically get infinite pipes as soon as we get off the ground, but I wish we had more to start. I've been real hecking cash money. Whoops. Where did the trees seem to occasionally burst into flames, but not always? Tungsten ore. How do we get tungsten ore? I guess we can only get it from trees for now. So that makes it somewhat limited. I mean, extremely limited. It's very limited. We need to be very careful not to run out of it. Should be fine for the moment. All right. So I got a bunch of refined concrete. Got just enough tungsten carbide. I wish I brought some quality modules over, but I didn't, like a dum-dum. I don't know how I missed those, because those would have been really nice for making the foundries themselves. But I believe we're about at the state where we need to make the foundry, which I think required lubricant, which would explain why I have lubricant here. So I'm going to set this up here. Put on a craft for a foundry. Hopefully we have everything. We don't have the steel, but we have everything else. I'm going to put some productivity modules into this. We cannot put productivity modules into it. Can we make a few quality modules? We can. Let's just make the default ones to start, rather than the fancy schmancy ones. Because we are a little limited on those excess of circuits I don't really want to deal with right now. Till we get a foundry or two, and then I'll deal with it. We're going to have to explore out and see if we can find a patch of tungsten. Thankfully we have some to start, but we will need to find a patch for certain. Oh, you know what I should have done is I should have set some steel to cook. It looks like we got basically everything besides the steel good to go now. As soon as we get the steel up, we're really going. Oh, I should be productivity moduling these, or I should have been, I guess. How's Novice looking? Probably fine. I mean, there's not going to be much going on. It's going to try and fill up the belts to replace the things that were used previously for fuel, which it is slowly but surely doing. Looks like the pollution is dramatically less dense. Whoa, I didn't realize we had miners that were already like conked. Yikes. There's definitely less red clouds of pollution though. Yeah, everything's basically off, just kind of pittering along, which means our pollution will go down, which means we'll get attacked less, so it's a blessing. It'll build up over time. Eventually the whole thing will turn off if I'm not doing any science, which will be a nice boon. Wow, I should have prepared this ahead of time. We are going to place down another schmeltery. In the wrong position, because why would we put it in the correct one? So we can double team this. I don't think my character ever having a shadow. Maybe it's just more pronounced here. Or maybe because we're so close to the sun. Really glad I didn't have to make steel chests. I was thinking, nah, iron chests are going to be enough, and boy howdy were they. Roommate's asking what I want for dinner, and I don't really know. It's always tough when you and your roommate are both really indecisive about stuff. Alright, let's go. Our first foundry. Oh, I thought it was 20. Is it more? It's 50 steel plates. Alright, we should just be gathering. No. I thought it was only 20. No. I feel like silicone would have been a better material for making chests, but I guess if iron and steel work. Look, you gotta understand, we're at a time where clankers are taking over. People like me got no chance of competing with all the ultra sophisticated future robot brides that are gonna exist. We truly live in a society. Speaking of, I should put some of these bots inside of the roboport. Not that they're really doing anything yet. Do I have any more productivity modules? I do. Great. The clankers ain't gonna get me. First they started taking our jobs. Now they're gonna take our personalities and replace us. I'm actually super down for some like hard conspiracy stuff. I have a morbid fascination with conspiracies. Sometimes I find myself going down that rabbit hole of finding some crazy conspiracy or like cult thing And I'm like, well, there's my entertainment for the month. You better stream tomorrow, by the way. I do plan on streaming tomorrow. I ain't got nothing else to do. Alright, our first foundry. Big money, no whammies, no whammies. I don't know why I'm bothering to put that thing here. Alright, a huge whammy, however. Let's check it out and see what it does. I've never played with one before. Okay, so we can raw dog some belts in here. We can cast pipes directly, which is really nice. We can make a big mining drill, make a foundry. So we want to make our foundries in here from now on. This is now obsoleted for making foundries, because this has 50% productivity. We can make molten iron, molten copper. We can also make molten iron ore from... Or no, we could turn molten iron ore into molten ore. So we just want to grab it from calcite, though. I can't imagine why we'd want to do anything but calcite. I guess the downside is we make a bunch of stone. But there's no way for us to mine iron ore here, so I don't know why we would do this, other than maybe dropping it from space. So we're going to be assuming we're going to do lava plus calcite equals iron plus stone. We will cast iron into iron plates. We can cast steel. Oh, we can cast steel straight from iron. GG, it's over. We win. Unfortunately, we don't win that quickly, but we basically win. The good news is we can start getting iron, hopefully quickly. The bad news is we need more PPAs to do that. And a lot of them. Sadly, I'll be departing shortly as I'm set to leave work in a few minutes. It's all good. I should probably be wrapping up soon anyways. But I'm probably going to stream for another like 3 or 4 hours. I probably will. We'll see. I don't know. Today's a weird day. I'm in a weird mood, as I mentioned before. I do appreciate you hanging around, though. It does mean probably more to me than you realize, but I'm grateful to have you here. So our next goal is to make a big mining drill, which will allow us to mine, or make tungsten plate, I guess. We can make atomic bombs? When did that become available? I swear that wasn't there before. Dude, I would have made hella atomic bombs. Can you put them on rocket ships? Too heavy for a rocket? Never mind. Alright, so we need some lava. We have a source of it here and here and here. Thinking we might tap into this one to start at the north side. We're gonna need a lot of pepperonis, but I'm gonna start by just making it next to the lava and then start casting from there, I think. Actually, wait, do we need 2 foundries to do anything? Am I crazy for thinking that? Did I leave my foundry on the ground back there? Yikes. I might catch you later on now if I'm still on. I might be, we'll see. I'm just kind of killing time. I might hop off, but we'll see. If I do see you later, cool. If not, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here. So, to cast the pipe, I guess if I have a storage tank, I can put molten iron into the storage tank, but I really feel like we need 2 foundries to get started, which is a little bit sad. Not the end of the world, but it is a little bit sad. I'm really stretching these things quite thin. And I must depart. Thanks for hanging around. You take care too. It was great to chat with you. Let's get the calcite up here. And then I'm going to see if we can cheese a little bit and put it into a tank. If we can put it into a tank and then spit it back out, that'd be really cash money for our future endeavors. Would probably help make a second foundry quicker. In the meantime, you know what I'm gonna do actually? Oh, you know, I need the bots to pick it up. I should have made more bot chests and stuff. Fortunately, due to our lack of steel, it's not going to be super viable anytime soon. I wish iron wasn't so... It's not rare or anything, but I wish it was more common, for sure. That second foundry is where we're really going to pop off, because we can just repurpose those two foundries to do basically anything, but one of them, like, because one makes the juice, we need something else to consume the juice, you know? Honestly, I think we put everything into steel plates again. Let me quickly check what we need for the second foundry. I can certainly make the second foundry in a foundry. But how are we doing on stuff? Maybe we're like basically good to go and I'm being dramatic. We are basically good to go when I'm being dramatic. Whatever I was thinking about, like, using one thing back and forth, that was dumb. That was the big dent. I need to use an underground pipe here because of how big this foundry is. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make 2 foundries to start, I think. We're going to lose out on productivity if we do it that way, which is a little bit unfortunate. Can I push the productivity to be... No, okay, we can't productivity this. Put some quality modules in it for sure. I just need to be a good little noodle. Go around and just clear out all this stuff. We're going to need to clear this out anyways if we're going to want to mine this. Ow, fire. Pick up iron, as much iron as we can, and then put the iron right where it needs to be. Which is going into some furnace somewhere doing something for us. I wonder if the foundry recipe with the iron to make the molten iron is more efficient per iron. It probably is. It would not surprise me in the slightest if that was the case. We need 10 more steel. Steel's heckin' expensive. Once we get Foundry 2, I didn't actually see what chain we're going to do. We're obviously going to cast things, but I don't know what we're going to cast. We can cast iron from the first one and then just change the second one and then anything from iron. So, like, we can make infinite steel. That's probably going to be what we're doing first, is make infinite steel. I say infinite, but I don't know if infinite's really an apt term for it. But I thought that would be enough. Oh, there's one in here that I missed. So we just need to get our fluid now. I'm going to craft one underground one because we just need it for our stuff here. Whoa, it looks kind of crazy when it's working. We got a foundry. We did not luck out with the foundry, but we got a foundry. I know I'm missing on the productivity that we could take advantage of to make more foundries there, but I think the most important thing I could do right now is to come over here. Our very limited amount of PPAs. Where the heck did I set this up before? I guess it's a little more south. Oh, there it is. I'm dumb. We set up foundry number 1. We will have this make molten iron, and we also need to move up the calcite. I forgot. We're gonna have stone as an offput, but we can just like, I don't even want to think about the stone right now, so the stone's going right back in the lava. That's the current plan. So we're going to have offshore pump right here. Gonna make a few PPAs. I think that's excessive. Now we've got 1,000 lava in here. We need some calcite, and then we will output molten iron. I'm going to put some productivity modules in here, but productivity modules might slow it down, right? It's still fine. We get 0.83 per second. Okay, it just slows it down, so we're not doing productivity at all. We should have functionally infinite stuff. I mean, how much calcite do we have? It's only 800k, which is a significant amount, don't get me wrong. We're not going to run out of 800k calcite right now, but it means that we're probably going to have to get more somehow. Now that we have foundry number 2, we can have this foundry making... We'll start with steel, I think. How much does it take? Let's look, because this outputs... It uses 125 per second to produce 93.7 per second. This uses like half of that. So we can actually like... I mean, when we set it up further, we're going to use multiple of these, but we're just going to do this, which is going to be casting some steel, and we'll put it like this, and then bada bing, bada boom. We need to make a chest, which is fine. Actually, I think that we just kind of get rid of this setup altogether. We're not going to be using this for steel anymore. That is the end of steel. There's no chance that'll be more efficient than what we're doing now. Especially considering the limited resources we're working with. So now we need to get the calcite up to here. Really wish that I had opted to make a single express splitter. Let me tell you what. Of all the regretty spaghettis I've been feeling, that's a heckin' high one. However, I hope we have enough belts to make it all the way up. Thinking it's going to be pretty close, but the odds are not in our favor. Oh my god, it's going to be close. No way. Oh no, we still had more. Alright, never mind. I'm an ultra genius. 52 belts left. I'm really glad we went back to grab those belts. I was just going to brute force it, but this was a great idea. So now... we input calcite, like very little of it too. Oh my god, look at how fast we're making steel. This is insane. And there's infinite lava. There's not infinite calcite, but like 2 calcite is just, it made us a crazy amount of stuff. Oh, I didn't make it so that we could actually pull from here. And for now, I don't really want to do anything with this, so we're just going to eat the stone. I don't want to think about it or nothing. Great! So that solves that problem. I want to make another foundry, but I think we're pretty low on stuff to accomplish that. I'm not going to make the foundry in here, but I'm going to place this to see. What do we need for a foundry? We're out of tungsten carbide, but we still have everything else. Really glad I grabbed those electronic circuits too. Another great idea, just grabbing some of every circuit. What do we need for the tungsten carbide? Not a gosh darn thing. We do have it made. We can make, I think, 2 more foundries worth, which is a good idea. So I think we're going to go with that now. Now that we have the steel sorted out, I'm going to wait till we have 100 steel, and then I'm going to try to make... oh my god, we have 100 steel. Going to now place this foundry down. I'm going to call it making new foundries. It needs lubricante, so we're going to move it down instead for the lubricante that we need. How much does a foundry need of everything, though? Okay, yeah, we should have enough. We're going to bring the foundry back down to hither. We're going to plug it into the lubricante, and this should spit out 1 extra foundry because of the, Is this the right position? Probably not. It is. I'm so smart. We're going to put in the 4 quality modules. So now, because of the productivity, this should spit out 3 foundries, which is pretty cool. Huge! Alright. I told you it'd be cascading the moment we got, like, 1 foundry, and I was not lying to ya. So now, we can get real interesting with it. First things first, I think we're going to set up this foundry and just have it cast... Is it that simple? Oh my god, it's that easy. So now we've got pipes. This is so cool. I love this planet. This planet's sick. I hadn't done this one before, so I'm quite interested to see how convenient everything is. This is so powerful. 1 line of calcite has gotten us so much. Now that we have pipes sorted out, we can start doing other things. How do we make underground pipes? It's pipe and then molten iron. So what we gonna do is we're gonna handcraft an underground pipe, and we're gonna just start building all of our stuff up here. Maybe we'll just start... We'll leave the iron here, or the molten iron here. I don't know how many of these we're going to need. But the molten iron is convenient because it can yeet away right now. But now we have molten iron coming in a pipe up here. So we can start doing some stuff with it. So let's start getting stuff that we need. First and foremost, we should be working on getting iron plates. And I'm going to just make a box of things to start. We're going to have this be steel. I guess we'll start with gear wheels and sticks too, maybe? I don't know if we want those yet. Low density structure requires plastic. I don't know exactly. Oh, we have sulfuric acid. I think use that for plastic. I don't remember how to make plastic. Let me check really quick. Coal and petroleum gas. I don't know how we'll get petroleum gas, actually. How will we get petroleum gas? Maybe there's some recipe we can get that allows us to do it down the line. I'm probably forgetting something obvious. Petroleum gas. Okay, it looks like we can get it through coal liquefaction. Great, so we can do it with the coal on our planet. We have one more foundry and we're not producing nothing with it, with either of our final two foundries. So I'm going to have this one start making PPAs. Where are the PPAs at? They're there. Get some PPAs and then this one will feed into that one. And make some underground PPAs. Just so we have some like infrastructure-y stuff figured out. In the meantime, we'll be producing a big box of steel and iron plates. How the heck did I get steel in here? May as well slam down productivity modules and these kind of things. I don't think there's any reason not to. Maximize our resources at the stem of everything. We can certainly go for steel chests now. Okay, I'm gonna just let this thing cook up because it seems like we produce so many there's not gonna be an issue. I think the solar panels serve their purpose, but I think they're basically done now. We're done with iron productivity, with the gear wheels. This is all done. This was a nice little starter base. You can call it that. Looks like we're running a little low on power, but I think we're pretty good to just kind of like expand the living heck out of our power whenever. So I'm gonna do that. Factory's gonna hurt for a second. I'm really surprised that 6 of these can be gone from a single steam. Oh, I guess steam is extra hot here. You know, that makes sense. I brought the wrong thing. I didn't mean to bring steam turbines. I meant to bring the steam engines. So that's convenient, I guess. Maybe these would have worked anyways, but our steam turbines are pulling a lot of weight now, though. We have plenty of power just with these set up. I didn't realize how strong steam would be. That's also really cool. I'm thinking we want to start up molten copper now too. Which really just means making another foundry. Which we have plenty of steel for now. However, we want to make sure that when we make that kind of thing, we want to use a foundry to make a foundry. This will be our foundry maker for the moment. Looks like we need some more tungsten carbide and we need more lubricant as well as refined concrete. So I'm going to pick up the pipes to ground that are there. Pick up some of these pipes as well to have some resources. Really just grab things to... some spending money, you know, running around money. Make a couple of boxes here, and I'm going to store the excess ore that I don't really want in here for now. And let me think, what do we want to do to start? I'd like to get underground belts ASAP. Lubricant's really easy to get here, and so is like everything for belts. So maybe setting up automation for belts, but also setting up foundries is really nice and really desirable. We can actually bring lubricant up really easy now, so I'm going to do that. Oh my god, this is so nice. I should have definitely just cut the lubricant around. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the foundry maker as its own entity for a while. Cool. Listen to our little kickers smacking the ground. This is going to be the foundry maker. They said make a foundry maker, and I said how many, boss? Great, so now we need some tungsten carbide. I do have a bunch of tungsten ore on me, thankfully, which I think is one of our limiting factors, if not the limiting factor. It looks like it is the limiting factor. I'm certainly going to put some productivity modules in here. I wish I had done it sooner, but we figured it out still with plenty of time to spare. Until we get tungsten carbide sorted out, we're going to be a little bit on the edge, but with infinite iron and stuff, we can make some pretty strong bullets. Which I'm thinking is probably how we're supposed to deal with the big angry fellows. It's just a bunch of turrets and a bunch of bullets. I don't really know if that's the answer or not. But it's what I'm working with the expectation of. So how many of these we need per foundry? I believe it's 50, right? It's 50 tungsten carbide per foundry. I'd like to set up a copper foundry as well. What can we make from copper? We can make copper plates, copper wires, metallurgic science, and we can make low density structure. How are we going to make plastic here? Was it through the coal liquefaction or something? I went back too far. I think I can find plastic here though. Right, it's just the petroleum gas with the coal liquefaction is the solution. Which should be pretty easy. This doesn't look hard to do at all. Honestly, we basically like solved the planet. I don't want to say we solved the planet. It's a lot less stressful than Gleba though, let me tell you. Gleba was an experience. I didn't dislike it or anything. It was my first planet that I did. Solo at least. I did Fulgora for a little bit with my roommate at the time. I mean, at the time I did it with my roommate. My roommate's still my roommate. Guessing that lava is infinite, so the only limiting factor is going to be calcite, and I don't think we're using it that quickly. How much calcite do we use per minute? That's an interesting thought. We use 36 calcite per minute, which means we can last a long time off this patch alone. Kind of thought we need way more miners. Oh, you know what we should do too, though, is we should make, first of all, let me throw some quality modules in here, and then we will start crafting some of these. I forgot we need more refined concrete as well. We should make the fancier drills, because I think those have, what are these required to make? Grid circuits? Oh my god, the engines are coming in handy. That's awesome. Tungsten carbide, electric mining drill, which I do have some of, and then molten iron. So this is actually really easy to make, but these drills have inherent reduced resource drain on them, so they should make patches last longer, which could be really nice for us. So we need some refined concrete to continue to make more of these. I don't remember what we were lacking with the refined concretes. Probably something iron related if I were to guess. It's concrete, because that is lacking iron ore. Can we make concrete anyway without iron ore? Concrete from molten iron. Okay. That also requires water and some molten iron, but I think that this is going to be the play instead. I'm going to replace this with a foundry. Did I not pick up the other foundry? I thought I had a foundry to spare right now. What happened? Okay, I slammed it down, that's why. This foundry is going to be part of the chain of making more foundry-related stuff, so we're going to go ahead and make another offshore pump, which we can make plenty of. Apparently we already had one anyway, so it's no big deal. I'm coming across the iron patch, which I don't really want to do. Let's go around them. Or I said iron, I meant coal. I think I'm just used to saying the words iron patch in a row. I should be using basically always undergrounds whenever possible, since they're so abundant here. Which is kind of funny to say. It's like, oh yes, the hills here are full of underground pipe. Patch is so thick, though. I don't know who decided to make the coal patch so dummy thick, but know that I'm onto you and I understand what you're all about. I understand your lifestyle, your desires, your mocktails, your mixers. Frankly, your ice at the same time. I also know what type of snacks you like. Alright, so back to the point at hand. Concrete from molten iron is what we're doing here. You still need stone bricks, though. Can I make stone with this? I'm a little bit confused. Because as far as I saw, there was no renewable source of stone. And it looks like stone bricks are only used in stone, only crafted here. So I think we, from a very strict technical standpoint, have a limited amount of stone on this planet. I think that there's plenty for what we want, but it is a potential issue. One that we should be cognizant of. However, not really an issue, but it's kind of an issue. That was meant to be a schmeltery. I was unwise about it. Where are my stone bricks? I can't see them. Whatever, we'll just put them in. Oh my gosh, I forgot to make it into molten iron. I just brought lava out here. Well, I planned on making more molten iron here, but I completely failed on that front. I think I'm going to take down the pipe maker for now, because we probably have enough pipes to go for basically forever. Yeah, we got a good amount of pipes. I'm going to let those continue their thing. We do need some calcite to make molten iron over here, but there's calcite right here, which I'm willing to bet was my original plan, even though I don't totally remember that. Make Molten iron. That's the wrong recipe. We'll make the wrong recipe again. We'll make the correct recipe. I messed something up somewhere? Why are we not getting lava? That'll do it. One bad pipe. Now it looks like everything is on here. We're putting lava into the tank. Means we are now casting concrete, which means we've solved that problem. Again, I think the stone will eventually be an issue, but we can at least make refined concrete now, so that's something. Making it in here is better anyways because there's productivity that'll be on it. Makes a good chunk of it too. Cannot productivity this, but so it goes. Regardless, we are now back on track to make some more foundries, which only requires 20 per each one. We do have a foundry maker now. And God said, make a foundry maker, and we were like, aye, we down. Got some refined concrete, and we will bring it over to our foundry maker. Surely one of these will pop out as high quality, right? Not quite yet. We did get a BOGO on this one. What do we want to do with these next ones we have? We could start on the copper. We could start on our logistics as well. I think the main focus needs to be just making more foundries. We don't have nearly enough foundries. That's how I feel currently. I don't think anything here directly helps us, because the whole process for making foundries is like done. We need more tungsten ore, but that's purely locked behind knocking down trees and stuff. Guess I could do another clearing of these with my bots while I'm just chilling for a second thinking. I would like to get red and green circuits up so that I can start making the fancy schmancy chests. Oh my god, they're just gonna float there with all the stuff I want. I threw all of my green circuits into here to jumpstart the foundries. I'm gonna make a storage chest just so they have something to do because they seem really distraught right now and I feel bad about it. I think if we make 3 more foundries, we'll be good to like start playing the game, you know? Yeah, refined concrete is heckin' GG, it's solved. Like, we're not gonna need that much of it. We're heckin' good on it right now. We do, however, need more tungsten carbide. Can we make that in foundries? I don't think we can, right? Tungsten carbide. No. We do need it for our big mining drills as well. It's certainly a hot commodity currently. The good news is we have enough for those final 3 foundries I wanted. Still no quality. However, now we got Mondo Foundry. I was gonna say factory. We do have Mondo Factory as well. Let me look into making copper products and things like that now, because we can get the whole factory going once we start that. So copper also spits out stone. So I see no reason to not make it right here. I apologize for removing your substation. That was really uncouth of me, and I will not make the same mistake again. We want molten copper from lava. We'll use our remaining offshore pump that we definitely have, and I don't need to make another one. Pump it directly in. now, very simply, we have access to molten copper as well. Which I'll put over to here for the moment. I think I might want to set up the foundries making underground pipes again. Pipes are like really a necessity. I understand. I understand why there are so many. Such an easy way to get pipes is a better way to say what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna wait until these 2 boxes are full. We certainly need a lot of pipes. It doesn't really cost us anything, seemingly. So I want to get green circuits going ASAP, which is copper cables and iron plates. I think having a stockpile of copper plates is a pretty good idea. We're getting like dangerously close to the wall. We're not in it yet, but I gotta be a little careful when building out here. So to start, I'm gonna have this foundry making some copper plates, just to have some copper plates. I am interested in trying quality with this stuff. This feels like the perfect place to do quality, actually. But I'm gonna get my bearing first, then once we get some stuff going, I'm gonna look into it. We have 1 foundry left currently. Let's slam it down and see what we can make from it. Looks like it's low density structure, which requires both. And then specifically copper cables, which is pretty convenient. So we'll be able to make circuits now very easily, green circuits, which is good because we're going to be needing them pretty soon. We have a good chunk of foundries down. I'd like to try to get drills next. There's still more foundries I want, but drills will make me happy. We have enough to make 2 drills right now, which are... I wanted 1, but I will live with 2, certainly. I'm not going to be upset about having 2 of them. We're going to take everything out of here. Oh, nope. No, 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 no. Okay. I wanted to take everything out, but my brain did things backwards. We're going to have this make drills instead, which does not in fact need lubricants. What does the drill need? Looks like molten iron, tungsten carbide, electric mining drills. We have everything. We just need some molten iron, which we'll tap into. Do it right over here. Put in some quality modules. A fluid shortage. Okay, it looks like we're producing too little molten iron to keep up with our current demand. Well, we made a big mining drill, so we got enough. We're gonna make 1 more of them, and then I'm gonna just disconnect it. Because it'll give us 3, it's better to do it. So we can now make tungsten plate, which involves getting tungsten ore. Now we can go straight to science. We've done the tutorial of the planet, now it's whether or not we can flourish with all the resources that we have. No, 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 don't make any more. I didn't think you even could. I didn't realize that our demand was so bad for the molten iron. We're definitely going to need to set up more foundries. Is to be expected. We've almost capped out a box of steel though, so we're feeling pretty good about making foundries and stuff. I am going to set this up again. This is going to be a foundry maker once more. Put it in the spot where it doesn't work. Put it in the bad place instead of the good place. But we need more tungsten carbide. I'm going to put my modules back in. It really always boils down to we need more tungsten carbide, so solving that sooner than later Certainly gonna be the plan. I'm gonna just go into a big rocky field and tell my boss to go to town, I think. Hopefully resulting in a pretty satisfying amount of tungsten ore. With how hard tungsten is to come by, we are going to have to think about expanding sooner than later. I feel a little bad. We have all this excess ore, but there's not much of a reason to use it now that we've got our foothold. I should set up more roboports around. I meant to set up coverage, but I just didn't do it. It's really fun watching the bots like run out like, I'll help, and then you're like, nope, sorry buddy, I moved 1 inch out of your coverage. Alright, so let's process more of this tungsten ore. Oh right, we got the new drills. I completely forgot. We're going to replace this drill then with a big fancy schmancy one. It mines 2.5 per second instead of, what are our drills normally? Oh my, wait, that's 3.25. It has a mining speed of 2.5 a second. So it gets 3.25 coal a second instead of 0.65. So it's a market improvement and it saves resources while doing it. So these drills are crazy town. I didn't realize what we were working with here. I think I will set up the other two we have down here. I'm gonna put them like more into the patch, I think. We have 8 express splitters? I didn't think we had any. I could have sworn I looked at my inventory. We had literally none. Bring down. There you go. Dramatically more calcite and saving calcite while getting it. It's just a win-win. I'd like to put productivity modules into that at some point. We haven't even gone through 1,000 calcite yet, looking by the mines count, so I think we're pretty okay for the moment. This being said, we might need more calcite the more we scale up, so I don't want to get too complacent. Every time that thing roars, it freaks me out. I'd also like to do some scouting about where we can find some tungsten. I don't know how these things react exactly. I believe it has to do with building in their area rather than being in their area, but I could be wrong. The music like stopped when I came out here. I'm not feeling great about my decisions anymore, as it were. I mean, I'm pretty quick. These guys aren't that quick. I mean, they have to stay in their little happy zone. I'm thinking we're fine. It's actually like really stressful. I thought that this would not be a stressful endeavor. I do think it's smarter to come on foot than in a vehicle though. The vehicle would get stuck on like everything. I'm gonna count not seeing any worms as like a W, but I know they're here. We're getting kind of walled off by the lava. Oh, I see the tail of one. They don't seem to immediately aggro onto me. Yeah, that is because I was behind it, but I'd be very surprised. It could also be that I didn't get close enough. We have a calcite, then we have a whatever that gets called, sulfuric acid geyser. Still none of what we're looking for though. Our entire attack plan is going to be focused around whether or not we can find, or what direction I guess we find tungsten. Surely we'll be able to find some tungsten. More calcite's not a bad idea though. Depending on how much we scale, we're going to be eating a lot of calcite. Honestly, I kind of like the worms. Maybe I won't feel it as much if they attack, but I don't think they attack. This is a really nice area for coal, but like, oh, that's not coal? I thought this was coal. I was like, this is an incredible coal area, but it's messed up by cliffs, but no, it turns out it's just ground. I just need some tungsten to mine. If it's small, that's okay. I can work with that. We'll use it temporarily and then we'll move on. But I need something. I was hoping that it would be in the first sections. Is that a medium one? That's small? I know that they get bigger because they start at small, and I looked in the Factoriopedia after the expansion dropped forever ago. I don't think we can get artillery until we go to... until we get science from here, so I guess technically we could build up an artillery at some point. There we go. It was literally right next to where I started. So there is some tungsten here. How much do we have? Only 150k. Look, I know what I asked for. This is perfect. So this is going to be our area of attack here. We just got to kill one worm and then we can access the tungsten. So I think we're going to kind of brute force that as our first plan of action. So for that, we're going to just make a bunch of bullets. Specifically, we're going to try to make some red bullets. I thought red bullets were more copper. I feel like I've lost the plot. So it's copper plate, steel plate, and firearm magazine. Well, good news, we are producing all those things now. I just didn't know what I was talking about. We're going to make yellow bullets. And I'm going to just build it over here instead. We produce them pretty quickly, thankfully. These will be red bullets. All we need is some copper plates, which thankfully we're producing now. I just want to get this building up while we're working on other stuff, because I want to get more foundries, because I want to get basic factory stuff up. We have some stuff left, but we're starting to get real heckin' low on our supplies for, like, belts and stuff. Like, I think this is the rest of the belts right here. That is literally the last belt I have. I have one belt to my name because I had an excess, but we need to make sure that we take advantage of our time now. Alright, so we're making red belts with an infinite amount of resources. Red belts, wow, red bullets. An infinite amount of resources. We don't have any speed modules. Would have been nice if we did, but we are making them. Once we get a good chunk of those, we can just make some turrets and hopefully clear out that jerk and start taking the tungsten ore. That tungsten ore is our key to success. What is tungsten ore used in? Great question. I don't remember. I know the tungsten carbide. This means that we can manually mine tungsten as well, though. So we're not limited on it. Now that we know where it is, we can always just go grab it by hand. So it is used in tungsten plate, which is just tungsten ore, and then molten iron, and tungsten carbide, which we've been making this whole time. And tungsten plate is used in green belts and things. Artillery wagon, foundation, which lets you place on lava and things like that, but it requires fluorocatone, which I think is not something we can get, or lithium plate, whatever the heck that is. It's required for fusion reactors, which is also not for us. Craft on a different planet. Craft on a different planet for the fusion generator. It is for metallurgic science packs. That's also not for us. We can make artillery cells. So science packs and artillery seems to be a big chunk, and then green things. If we can make a bunch of green belts and move those home, GG, we'll be feeling good. It seems like it's really easy to make the science packs, though. As soon as we get tungsten sorted out, it's just tungsten carbide, tungsten plate. We already have everything else, so the science looks rather easy to accomplish, which is nice. I'm not upset to see that. I'm going to turn this into a passive provider chest so that anytime I, oh, let me turn on my logistical requests. They're not going to be able to fulfill like any of them, but that's okay. And I'm going to put in a request for tungsten, and I'm going to just do 500 of them. That way, anytime we smack some stuff in there and it crafts, we'll just have it whenever. The bots will get it to us eventually. This also means that in the meantime, I need to set up some more roboports, so I'm going to do that. Although we don't even have many left, do we? Do we only have 3 left? Dang. I'm going to be very sparse with their placement then. Cool. We can make at least 3 more foundries, which is something we need pretty badly right now. Looks like we were able to make 4 more with what we had. Now we're low on steel plates and refined concrete as well. We should be fine on refined concrete. We don't have any iron rods, which is no big deal. We have plenty of iron to put in it. That's like a non-issue. How many did it produce each time? Oh, that's even better. The tungsten carbide itself is going to be, again, problematic until we can get a miner down, but we're working towards it. We got more foundries. We can always up our ammo production and stuff with more foundries, but I think one of the primary things we need to do as of this second is improve our iron production. I think we're already pushing it with what we're doing. As these pipes are often empty, which is not great for the dream. We have almost 100 bullets, which is less than ideal, but not the end of the world. I'm going to set up another one of these. I'm not over the border right now, I'm good. I heard Mr. Angry Pants over there and I was like, I hope I'm not pressing my luck. Oh, I forgot we need calcite over there. I can make underground reds at least. I mean, honestly, underground yellows are totally fine. I don't know why I'm being dramatic about him. Oh my god, we're out of belts, I forgot. Alright, we're setting up belts next for sure. So now we have molten iron. Once more. Or I guess we've got more iron than we had before. Nobody cared who I was till I put on the molten iron mask. And then they were like, what the heck's up with this freak wearing molten iron on their head? I was like, damn. Cold world. Okay, so now we're pumping molten iron out of 2 things, so we should be good to go for a little bit. I think I'm going to pick up this... I mean, I'll leave the solar panels. They have no reason to not be there. So I want to set up belts. I want to set up belts to start because we need some belts. And we don't have any belts, and we definitely need some belts. So I'm going to focus on some belts for a little bit. My heckin' thing just took ouchie damage, and that makes me quite sad. Why must these trees burst into flame? Who is this content for? gentleman that likes their toes toasty steps in. Oh well, I don't know who this is for. This is one of those jokes that doesn't really have like a target audience. It just is a joke at its core, which is like fine, I guess, but it's also just a little bit weird. I'm gonna make it all from scratch here. I was gonna dip into those, but we're just gonna make it like a line here. So we need gear wheels on belts, we need plates on belts. We need plates on belts, we need plates on belts, we need gear wheels on belts. So we're going to do iron plates, iron gear wheels. Surely there's some of these to grab. Oh yeah, there's plenty. There's a bountiful harvest of pipes to ground this year. I forgot we don't have any belts at all. We're gonna just make some yellow belts. We do need more foundries though, which is kind of sad, because I was enjoying having a bunch made. It's like one of the more minuscule complaints that I have, but it's certainly a complaint. Unfortunately, we need to go get more tungsten. Such a pain. The sooner we can kill that jerk, the better. I like that I'm just like, I showed up on this planet, I'm like, that heckin' jerk. Prevent me from having all my goodies. Heck, I'm kind of right, which is the messed up thing. I forgot to grab the refined concrete while I was up there. Is that all we made? Certainly wasn't enough. That's also out of steel? Say no more, mi familia. Steel is bountiful. It's the tungsten carbide that is not. My little kickers, go, 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 little engineer, go. Be free unto the night. Alright, we had just enough to make 3 more, which is nice. So, now we have this make belts. Oh my god, that crafts belts so fast. That makes me a very happy camper. So red belts are just iron gear wheels plus transport belts. This is great. What ingredient are we stuck on? It's simply that those don't go. Oh, I brought stack inserters. Yay, stack inserters. It literally still can't transport them because it makes them so quick, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it's probably fine. So, it's iron gear wheels and then fast transport belts. So I'm actually gonna set up one more foundry here doing this. I believe we brought lubricant up here already, so we should just be like good to go basically all together on this. Wishing I had an underground express belt RN, but it's not that big of a deal. I'm gonna have to have my belts move a little bit though, because it is very much in the way at this exact second. We do need one more foundry to realize my dreams, and unfortunately now we're realizing that we're just out of electronic circuits, so I think I'm going to repurpose some foundries because these two are now completely done with their original goals, so I'm going to repurpose some foundries for my own sanity. And just like that, we have re-entered into the phase of having blue belts. They made them so fast that it actually kind of shocked me. However, while this is a nice win for us, it's not all it's chalked up to be. It is kind of sick. Don't get me wrong. It's kind of sick nasty even. But it could be sick nastier. Being that resources are unlimited here, I mean, there's no reason to really let it fully fill up, but I'm going to just let it go and fill up for a little bit so we can not stress things as much and just use blue belts. Definitely want to slam a Roboport over here. We have some left, right? Yeah, we have 2 more. Oh, that's not a box I can take out of. Either way, we need to make green circuits. That's what I was getting to. Welcome to class. We need green circuits. Good news, we have everything for green circuits already prepared. Bad news, we don't have any fancy way to make green circuits, I think. I don't think those are made in foundries. I think you can make them in the things on Fulgora. Yep. Which is a little bittersweet. Good news is we have a bunch of assembling machines already, so we're basically good to go on that front. Green circuits require iron plates and copper wire is the word I was looking for and truly struggling with at that moment. We need underground belts like forever ago. This sucks. How do you make underground belts? Can I repurpose a foundry into it? It's fine. I'll just make it kind of yoinky splinky for now. We're gonna have to fix all this in a little bit, but for now it's fine. Oh my gosh, we have so many blue belts. Honestly, like, GG. These belts are heckin' nice. Do I have any red inserters? Not many. I did not prepare red inserters efficiently. I think what we're gonna do is... do this. It should be really easy for us to make inserters though with all these raw materials. Oh yeah, it's like easy peasy. Be even easier once we get the circuit situation sorted out. This is not the solution to the circuit situation, by the way. This is just a band-aid to the circuit boo-boo that we have to deal with. God dang it, I put this in a bad space again. Alright. Water check, how's the new planet? My YouTube chat just like refreshed, so I hope I didn't miss that from a while ago. New planet's pretty fun. I'm getting it sort of figured out. I just drank a little bit of water, conveniently. Maybe I sensed the water check while my YouTube chat was being bad. Thank goodness. So we solved circuits. We've got green circuits in a box, which is a heck of a lot better off than we were a few seconds ago. It was recent. I'm still at work. Great. I'm glad I didn't miss it. I'm not going to let it go too crazy. But at least we can make more foundries now, which was my big concern because we had run out of electronic circuits. Once more, tungsten carbide rears its very ugly head. You think I can get in there and like slam a drill down and the guy will just like let me do it? I know the answer is probably no, but man, I want it to be probably yes. We've almost reached like the bare number of foundries we need to succeed, which is nice. I'm glad that the materials we brought were mostly good. We definitely were lacking on certain fronts, but we prepped decently. Definitely overdid it on the blue circuits, although maybe that'll just be useful for making a rocket to go back. It literally just dawned on me that I cannot go back even if I want to, and now I'm really stressed out, which is super unfortunate. Gonna set up so that we have 1,000 concrete good to go when we want to make our thing as well. Should be good on the refined concrete front for at least a little while. I love that we have blue belts going, but I do want to improve this. It's interesting that even at max capacity, this is too slow to be what we need. I'm gonna go slurp some circuits. I didn't realize we didn't have enough on us. I'm gonna put some speed modules in this iron gear wheel thing. Looks like having 2 iron is plenty. Oh, shush you. Actually, you better be tech and ready, buddy. Your 30k health is gonna go down real quick. This makes 8.39 copper gear wheels per second. How much was it before? 6.0. Oh my god, that's messed up. May as well efficiency module a few of these things. I don't think it even matters all that much. We did not get nearly enough tungsten carbide that day. I mean, we got nearly enough, but we did not get as much as we wanted. Starting to run out of like dense areas with a bunch of rock, which is sad. I guess I can start grabbing him from other areas too. Not really a downside to it. The worms only seem to get angry if you build in their area. Which, wouldn't you know it, is what I'm going to be doing pretty soon. Iron plates, copper plates, iron gear wheels. Turrets are pretty heckin' easy to make with the materials that we have working. I'm gonna just set these and forget them for now and work on setting up turrets. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that we would have a shortage of iron. Guess we don't make it that fast. It is legally being split between the bullets, but I still want red bullets to be produced, so good enough for now. Got one foundry. Can I do anything fun with this foundry right now? I guess I can start working on... No, because we're going to need another, like, 10 of them to start doing undergrounds and whatnot. I could set up one for underground express belts. No, that needs everything. I think we're just kind of biding our time on that for now. We're getting plenty of circuits, though. All right, I'm getting lost in the sauce. So we wanted to get a bunch of turrets. How many? I'm thinking like 25 or so. Do we have any right now? I don't see any. We can just kind of handcraft them, I guess. They're not that bad to do. You know what? We'll do that. We'll take half of this and half of that. Suddenly we can make all the turrets we want. I'll do 30. Okay, I'm gonna go home. I'll join back at home if you're still streaming in like 30 minutes. All right, be safe heading home. Thanks for stopping in the chat and everything. And I'll see you soon, hopefully. Definitely should have picked up iron gear wheels. Do we have a box of gear wheels somewhere? We don't. I think maybe I'll set that up next. That'll be the extra foundry we have. Just to like get gear wheels off of like those two things. Where you have gear wheels being created, but it's only on those things, the belts, and it's not really making all that much of them. Getting it into a box gives me a much higher chance of benefiting from it one day. Oh, we have enough tungsten to make the next two foundries. Come on, quality. It's about time to get one. Nope. Great. Love it. Can't get enough of it. Okay, so let's think. I'm gonna just handcraft the turrets because I think that's gonna be sufficient. Actually, you probably have enough of them now, right? Yeah, so we can handcraft the turrets. Honestly, I think we go try and fight that jerk. We don't actually have a weapon yet, though. I'd like to get a weapon to help support it. Can make a rocket launcher, but we can't really make explosives, can we? I have 11 sulfur on me? How the heck did I get sulfur? Maybe it's from some of the trees or something. I should be able to make sulfur and explosives, but I'm going to try and skip that if I can. This is kind of a test run, but we might just run out of a bunch of materials. I am going to make myself a submachine gun and shoot alongside. I want to automate some productivity modules. I feel like those are like king here. I need to use more stack inserters. There's certain things like these that like we produce them plenty fast. They just don't get brought off quick enough. Iron is not like that, for the record. Neither are gear wheels, in spite of what they want you to believe. Wonder if landmines are a good idea. Honestly, I'm gonna make more turrets. I think 50 turrets is like a satisfying amount of turrets, right? With armor piercing rounds, what are those? 8 plus 8 versus what is a normal bullet? 5 plus 5. So it's about a little over 50% better. So these things have 30,000 health. God, I hope it's not a legendary one we're fighting. We have 30,000 health and we do 16 damage per shot. We need almost 2,000 shots to succeed. Which would mean we're horribly ill-prepared. I have a new plan. I'm gonna start... Actually, you know, this is dumb as bricks. Why don't I just craft more of the good ammo? I was gonna be like, I'm gonna start stocking yellow ammo too. No, that's dumb. Don't do that. I'm so bad at placing things. Oh, it needs the steel too, I forgot. In that case, it's gonna be easier to just make it over here. I totally have an idea. Not the most eloquent thing. But should work for this. Okay, this at least improves our production of them quite a bit. But if my math is right, we're gonna need even more than what we have. Okay, a lot. I'll be able to help. I don't increase the damage at all. Guessing we're good. The belt just needs to like repopulate itself. We're like making an efficient amount. This makes 1.25 per second. This consumes 0.41 per second. Therefore, we can easily feed a third one if we want to with just a single crafter. So this will be fine. I'm gonna wait till we get 2,000 of them, and then I'm gonna try and clear that out. I think I'm gonna just like go suck it up for a bit. Manually mine some. I'm gonna assume it's not gonna care if I do that. It might. They filled up the logistics box I made. Good job, little bots, but I am ill prepared for that at this exact moment. Oh my gosh, get around the rock. I just saw the warning for him, so I gotta set it up. Should be as easy as just grabbing a bunch of steel. There you go. Have fun, little bots. I'm gonna go manually mine some tungsten. It's not gonna be fast, but it'll work for the moment. Not mineable by current character. I guess I won't be doing that. I thought we could get away with just stealing some from the patch since it's so close and it would be so slow anyways, but apparently that's not an option. Well, nuts. I could play with the beast a little bit, and I'm very tempted to, so I think that's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna remove my own request for tungsten carbide. I'm gonna make this into a requester chest, which will request tungsten carbide. I'm gonna make another requester chest right here, which will request the output, and that'll solve our problem of needing to like do things ourselves. Right, this is where it needs molten copper. Thankfully, we're in a spot where we can actually get molten copper pretty easy now, so we don't have to move it again. I don't want to go too crazy town with this, but we are going to make some drills. I think we're going to go back to foundries as the ideal thing. And then I'm going to make a few big electric poles. My headset's dying. Oh no. How could this have happened to me? So my plan is to set up a big mining drill in a chest, right? I need to like get this stuff off my board. We don't need it no more. A big mining drill is going to be down here, as well as a big electric pole and an iron chest. So my plan is to hopefully not draw it back into all of my stuff and break everything, because that would be really I'm gonna try and really quickly grab some stuff. Oh my gosh, move, Miko, move. And we're just gonna chill. We're gonna look at the map and we're gonna chill. Oh my god, I didn't put the chest down. We're just gonna straight chill for a little bit. And if we see our boy, we're gonna bounce. But we are gonna get some tungsten carbide this way. If we don't see our boy, then great. I do not want to accidentally drag him back into everything. If we can get like 100, or not 100, 500, I'll be quite happy. But I might be greeting extremely hard.
I just want enough to not have to think about it for a while, you know? I just had the harrowing thought that if I like see it, it'll already be too late. We've got a good stockpile so far. But I'm gonna greed for that 500 that I had a goal of. Just monitor the comms. Look at the vision we have. It does not mind very quests. We only get 0.65 per second for each one. So we're getting just under 2 a second currently. Means for my goal we need to spend like 5 minutes here. Maybe I'll just take what we have and go. Nah, we're gonna greet it. We're here anyways, we did the hard part. Hard part's a really spicy way to put it, but you get the idea. I was gonna do only one miner initially. I'm glad I went with 3. I didn't realize tungsten was so slow. Alright, just another 150 and some change to go, and then I'm out of here. I will have gotten what I wanted. 500. That'll give us a lot of wiggle room for finishing our crafting and stuff without having to, like, wait. Finish setting up the basic automation. $100 more to go. Which, at the rate we're going, should be a little under a minute. Oh, it's time to go. I don't know if he's out or not. I heard him roar. I saw him on the map. I don't see him, so I'm thinking we picked up and scrapped before we got conked by him. We were a little bit shy of my goal, but I'm glad that we stayed until we saw him. Otherwise, we would have eked out, like, basically half of where we were. But now, we should have a nice little nest egg of tungsten carbide. Means we can make more foundries, and Lord knows we need more foundries. That's the core of everything right now. We just put everything in passive provider chests, which apparently are bigger than the other chests, I guess. Our bullets are still not really close to done. I was gonna say they're almost done, but honestly, that's like, I don't know. I could say it's gonna be excessive, but I don't even think it is gonna be excessive. I think it might not be enough. Look at him, look how smug he is. Stupid sexy worm. You better not cross the line, buddy. You got rules in place. I'd be really pissed if he dipped over the line and saw myself start attacking. I'd be very unhappy. Yeah, that's right, turn away, bud. It has a really sharp physical resistance too. Did I run the numbers wrong? That's 50% in 5. It's gonna take even less from our bullets. I don't think the red bullets are gonna be enough. I changed my mind. Oh, I got heckin' foundries now. Holy, I'm gonna turn off the tungsten carbide for a little bit. What I'm thinking is we can make a tank. Tank shells are like 1,000 per shot, right? The issue is we don't have engine units, but those should be really makeable. Another issue is tank shells. What's it, like cannon or something? Alright, it's plastic and explosives, but that's something we're gonna have to conquer sooner than later anyways. You know what? I think this is a good place to take a stop, actually. Looking at the time, it's pretty late here. I could go into another whole, like, several layers of stuff, but I think we made good progress. It was a fun stream. I'm gonna save up. Nothing bad happened on Novice while we were here either. Let's take a look at how... Oh yeah, look at our pollution. It's all gone. The factory basically fully turned off. The only thing happening is, I guess, a little bit of smelting to maintain something. I don't even know what it's maintaining. But yeah. Our beautiful Novice factory is straight chilling. Backed up on everything. I was like, what is this sound? This is like feeding into itself. I kind of like it though, so I want to leave it, that we made like an Ouroboros of supplies, but that's all that that's doing. But yeah, we're just going to call it here for now. That was a fun stream. Appreciate you watching, catching it live, catching the VOD. Even if you don't catch it all, you know I'm still appreciating you. And hopefully we'll see you next time. Goodbye.